Alright, time to give a few more negatives. Negative number 1. I can't figure out which hole to go into. I'm too stupid to figure out about this. Hello, F and Craig. Hazardous internal system error. What is that? Damn. Johnny. And Maverick. I am pretty bad at the games. At least that's what I'm told. Oh, I get one jump. Okay, that's good to know. Well, whatever. It's just... of course, I've forgotten which ones I've already gone in now, so... So I'm just kind of guessing at this point. Anything up? Nothing up. Okay. I think you're right, Maverick, but I thought I'd been in one of those. So let's try the second one, this one right here. Oh my god. Oh, that works. I'm not even gonna question that. I'm just gonna take it. Okay. Thank you, Maverick. By the way, you guys have really been just rallying around Psychonauts, haven't you? Have you? It's like an 86, I think, percent full now, or something like that. Up from like 30% 2 days ago. I guess the second game is really good, or something. That's how it normally works. If you pay attention to the trends in funding, when a game related to a game on the funding list comes out, the game on the funding list usually gets sudden interest, you know? Oh yeah, sure, we should totally fund that now. I should have saved it for here. Okay, I know what I'm doing. That's also true for the games we're streaming at the time. Like, if we were streaming Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie would probably get plenty of funding. Which is actually what happened. Yeah, that's pretty normal, Zach Taft, unfortunately. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that, though. Because that's just up there. I've already been up there. It's over here. Hi, Mr. Red. I just got hit by a Stegosaurus. Then I killed him. Just Banjo things, you know how it is. Just nothing but sex, Crouchy. Just non-stop. I mean, I didn't say it was a hard and fast rule, F and Craig, but... I'm vigilant. Don't sneeze on my face? That's just rude. I'm trying to talk to you. Or set you on fire, whichever works. Will you talk to me? Go away. Leave Scrawdy alone. Well, if that's how you greet visitors. Why are you so sad? My family isn't keeping too well. Now you've done it, Banjo. Just wait until you hear all the problems she wants us to fix. Look at my eldest, Scrat. He's very sickly and needs a doctor urgently. Which doctor? I don't care. Any doctor. I've heard there's a crazy shaman that lives on the cliff top who might help. Scrit here was out walking one day. Came back this size. Now he's too small to be a proper dinosaur. I'm sorry, what? That's sizest. Scrut has gone missing. She took money from my purse and headed off to the train station. So many problems. I told you so, Banjo. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Wonderful. It's nice to know not every character in this game is bad. I mean, thank you, Letterallis. Very, very much. If you know where you want to put that one, Letterallis, please let me know. The website is up to date as of this afternoon. Oh, okay. So there's a Mungo thing. That's good to know. Oh no, Gruntilda is evil too. That's the problem, isn't it? Everyone's evil. Like, if you set a story in Nazi Germany starring the Nazis, everyone's evil, right? Like, who do you root for? Nobody, because they're all evil. This way. There we go. Yes, I did, Zytoft. I'm curious how that's going to turn out when that actually comes out. One of these days, I'm going to stop accidentally trying to long jump in this game. Hey, Medora. Yes, I'm secretly saying that Gruntilda, the bone lich who is trying to absorb the life essence from the world, is actually a Nazi. You found me out. Or, I guess. Okay, so we've done that, we've done that. I've actually got a pretty big to-do list for this world so far. Which makes sense, we just got here. You know, only a Nazi would say that, Hazardous. Hitler! Let's go back to going up. I never finished going up, I fell. So, let's return to that, shall we? Thank you very, very much, Meter NX01. Always appreciate support from the Enterprise. If you'd like to put that towards something, please let me know. Hopefully I didn't just completely screw up your name. I've already been in here, haven't I? Yes, I have. This is the train station. Stay away. Not dealing with you right now. Okay. There's probably a switch I still need to hit to open these doors. I forgot. So where's the switch I've missed? It wasn't up there, because I already went up there. So it's got to be something blindingly obvious, because I don't see anything here. I mean, the Forerunners were stupidly powerful, so yes, the Forerunners could have handled... Whoa! The Reapers. You know, there's one place I haven't checked, it just occurred to me. It's up by Jackass here. Hole. There we go. But I don't see anything up here. I've already been over there. I give up. Where's the switch? If the answer is not in this room, that's acceptable, but I do not see a switch in this room. I got nothing. You don't like flamethrowers, Zach Taft? I mean, that's valid. It's just the last one was in the train station. The last two were in the train station, so I sort of figured there was a trend. But we shall presuminate. Okay, back to going up. Hey, Valerian. Would be other than me as I'm trying to go further up this nightmare hellscape. Did I go through here? I know I went that way. What's in this? I'm not sure if I went in here. I did not. You seem okay. Me let you in. Thanks. That sucks, Blow Up Alex. I'm sorry. Oh, this is opening that shortcut from earlier. I remember where this is. Yeah. This is the shortcut that goes back to the Mayan ruins or whatever. The first level, first stage. Where are there? Let's see what's here. Got it. Nothing up there. Okay. Well, I've been looking for that too, so I can finally do Wumba's thing. Or Mumbo, sorry, Mumbo, not Wumba. I get those names so confused for some strange reason. Even though they look absolutely nothing like each other. Well, there's Wumba's hut. That wasn't what I wanted. Okay. So there's the Wumba. Mumbo's is over there. No, Mumbo's cool. Mumbo's cool. That, it looks like toxic death is what that looks like. Oh yeah, I could totally make that distance. I just need to do that. Totally counts. Definitely not, you know, bomb jumping that. Whoa, there we go. But we have the portal unlocked now, so that's the important part. Let's see, so Mumbo... Oh, hey, there's the second one. Perfect. Listen, you clearly don't remember what it's like when I'm streaming, Ross. Dwarf Fortress? I'd have to really think about Dwarf Fortress being allowed on the list. That's, an interesting choice. It depends on my mood, really, Valerian, but, I mean, mostly no. But there's been plenty of isometric games I really enjoy. It just kind of depends. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress, I literally couldn't actually do a proper review of Dwarf Fortress. It's not possible. That would take months of streaming every day. Alright, so now that we've figured out this exact precise scenario that wouldn't happen in other circumstances, let's go do this precise scenario. And now let's try to make this happen. Yeah, no. And it would get a negative to gameplay for being ASCII graphics. I probably wouldn't do that, actually. The new Pathfinder game is on the list, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I'm in I'm a backer, so... I'm pretty sure it's on the list. I mean, please check me on this. It is up to date as of this afternoon. Oh my god, these frame drops are killing me. Literally, in this case. Ooh, look at that. Okay, now I need to figure out how to get up with Mumbo. Whoop! Whoop! You got it, Baron. Looking up. Getting killed. Okay, that's the only one. Okay, Wrath is on the list. Woo. It's probably not particularly funded. I don't recall anybody putting money towards it any time in the last year or so. Didn't actually mean to fall there. Whatever. So this is a whole area I haven't even touched. Let's put a pin in that. I don't think that's true, Mr. Red. As I'm pretty sure the Who Has Put Money Towards What site will attest to. And by site, I mean spreadsheet, but whatever. This way, I think... Whoa, sudden camera changes. No, Grouchy. I still haven't seen it. Endwalker is one of those games that has a relatively small but committed number of people putting money towards it, which is why it hasn't been funded yet. That and the fact that it's an FF14 expansion, which means it's absolutely gargantuan. I think I estimated it at something like 50 hours, which is really long. Well, I know where the switch is now. Okay. Which is unfortunate, because that means I'm going someplace I didn't know, I've never been to before, and that's not what I want. I want to go someplace I have been before. I can warp as Mumbo, can't I? Can I? I actually don't remember. Okay, I can. I am stupid. Whoop. Whoop. Take two. There we go. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? There we go. Let's do this. Why does gold mean vengeance? Mumbo not welcome. Leave now or be in big heap trouble. I'll never leave. Mumbo, get out of pool. Oh, okay, I'll do that. I think so, Baron? What was the boss? I can't shrink it again? No, I can. There we go. Okay. So I've got the door, the two doors, the jump pad, and then I have to become big and hit the switch and get this train switch. So I got like 5 things I want to do immediately here. I do not apparently have a lot of war pets unlocked yet. Giant fish. I went into the giant fish. Saved what's-her-face. Love how smooth that is. Just bam, and you're swapped. This game was nuts for its time. I mean, it's good now, but it was this had to have been mind-blowing in the year 2000. Oh yeah, by the way, someone asked earlier if I'm worried about Mega Man 7 effect happening for the Mega Man block we're doing soon. Yes, I am actually legitimately scared that I'm going to not like the Mega Mans as much as I think I will. Because I've never reviewed the Mega Man games, and I haven't played them non-speedrunning-y in an extremely long time. Okay, I know where this is going. Don't have to worry about that. I don't remember what came out in the year 2000. Quick, someone Google video games 2000. Let's figure out what came out there. Hitman 1. There's a Hallmark game. Thief 2. That's a crap game. I'm kidding. Okay, so I think I know what I'm turning into, which is not a giant bone. Yep, I am a dinosaur. Or shock. Baby T-Rex. Yep. He's actually quite adorable. Majora's Mask, which is another one I skipped out on for the same reason that I skipped out on this one. Final Fantasy IX, which actually I kind of skipped out on too. Question mark? What am I missing? First Sims game, which I didn't actually like all that much, to be honest. Of course, I didn't get into Sims until Sims 3. That appears to be every button. I'm just confused now. Whatever. Figure it out later. Was 2000 a good year for me? No. That was the beginning of college. Those... Well, actually, I mean, those years were fine compared to the years after, which were much worse. And then the years after that, which were worse. And then the years after that, which were okay. And then the years after that, which were worse. And then about 5 years ago, I started doing okay. Well, we got the train, at least. So that's a lot. And next year's gonna be an awesome year, because that's the year I take over the world. Keep quiet about it, though. I don't want anyone to know yet. I mean, it does sound kind of pointless at that point, Gum Gum. You know, why bother having telekinesis if you can't use it, but... That's alright. Limits are good. Limits are good. We're already up to Might Magic 8 by that point. That's crazy. Oh, that's the same thing I did last time. Got the ledge. Hold on. And we're back on the bottom. Where am I? Okay. It's the same exact thing I did last time. Take 3. Resident Evil 4 we're actually playing later this year, probably, if our pace continues. We'll see. I doubt it'll be in October, but you never know. Okay, so I've already been up here, so how do I go further up from here? As for Resident Evil 7... I am much less likely to allow Resident Evil 7, even though I think it's actually already on the list. but I'm much less inclined towards it. But I think I did allow it when someone was like, hey, I want to donate for these 15 different horror games, and I just sort of allowed all of them. Silent Hill 2 we had trouble getting working, if I'm remembering correctly. So we'd have to play that terrible, terrible version. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, I'm not into horror in general, so I have to think about it in each and every individual case, since I don't know that much about most horror games. Sure. Drop, 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 drop! So we've actually talked about jump scares before, and in my opinion, jump scares, the easiest way to describe them is jump scares are cheap. Now, there might be a way to use jump scares properly. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But jump scares are cheap horror. I wouldn't even qualify a jump scare as a horror element, personally. I mean, you just did, Baron, so you might as well commit to it. I do like survival gameplay. How do I get in there now? Minecraft? Or Mindcraft? Because if there's a game called Mindcraft, I've never actually heard of it. But I'm not saying there isn't such a thing, I'm just saying I haven't heard of it. Minecraft? Not really. I built a bunch of stuff in Minecraft, and then I put it down. I ran out of things to do, so I just stopped being interested in it. I mean, sandboxes are fun for a time, but only for a time. For me. For me. We've talked about this before. It's why I prefer games with developer-generated content. I have heard of Mindjack. Is it possible to redeem yourself for past sins if you can't remember them? No, because there's nothing to redeem you of, because you have no memory of it, so you never... You, the you that currently is, effectively never did those past sins. Do I like the LEGO video games? That's a good question. I probably will, you know, if I ever get around to playing them. But I've basically never played them. I say basically because I've dipped in and out of like 3 LEGO games over my lifetime. But I've never actually sat down and played a LEGO game all the way through. I believe LEGO Star Wars Complete Saga, which is 1 through 6, not 1 through 9, I double-checked on that, is on the list, but not funded yet. How the heck do I get in there? Okay. Oh, you know what? I bet I know. I bet I know what it wants me to do. What do you want to bet? I don't talk about the sequel trilogy, as a rule. Because I can't bring up the sequel trilogy without everything turning into a screaming fit of death and doom. And I don't like screaming fits of death and doom, personally. Can someone give Grouchy a list to the list? A link to the list? But in general, the answer is the website. Now let's head back. I think it's this way. Thank you, Sierra Mike. I think it's this way. It's this way or the exact opposite of this way. One of the two. it's this way. Hold on a minute. Whoa, camera. A favorite character from the Resident Evil series? Yeah. Obviously, it would have to be... I can't think of his name. I can't think of his damn name. Wesker. Albert Wesker. I'll take that, Valerian. Leon, I don't like Leon. I mean, I don't dislike Leon, but I don't like Leon. Oh my god, okay, yep, I see what it wants me to do. Oh, jeez. Go, 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 go! You down there, steal my eggs, would you? And take this. Okay. We're just gonna do that then. Hang on. Give me a second. I'm under a very foul attack right now. Grenades. Hey, Terry, just have a Snickers, buddy. It's cool. It's cool. I'll bring you a Snickers. Yeah, warp pad. That's gonna be helpful. Okay, we have a warp pad. You made it. Come on, I dare you to come up the stairs. I'll show you what happens to egg-robbing bears. I didn't take any bears, thank you. Proud son of Sanguinius. Oh my god. Sanguinius. There we go, Sanguinius. Appreciate the sub, thank you. Do you know where you want that one to go? Hi, Diesel Edge. I don't see a sub from you. Or anything for that matter. Dawn of War. I assume you mean the first Dawn of War, just to be clear. That's a good question, Baron. I have no idea. Especially since prehistoric time is a gargantuan stretch of time that, you know, goes across, what, like 8 million years or some ridiculous number. Okay, let's get the grenades ready. I mean, that sounds kind of horrific to me, Baron. But then again, I did an entire speech about that during my Babylon 5 ruminations, because there's a concept similar to that. Not quite the same, in Babylon 5. There it is, Diesel Edge. Thank you, Diesel Edge, as always. And I will put that towards Bioshock 2. Passing Through Gethsemane is the name of the episode if you want me to talk. If you want to hear me talk about it for like half an hour. Hi, Terry. Give me back my eggs, you filthy light-fingered bear! What eggs are those? Don't play the fool with me. I want my eggs back. Or else... Or else what? You're due to become extinct soon anyway. Maybe so, but not before you two. The disgruntled pterodactyl parent. Okay. This is an interesting camera angle. I reckon I can get a better vantage point around the other side. There he is. things hurt! I'm off for a rest while the mucoids soften you up. The mucoids? Ew. Hey, where'd all my snotty buddies go? This is a very 90s game, isn't it? The more I play, it's just Earthworm Jim all over again, isn't it? No, don't do that! Oh god, oh god. Okay, that worked out. I was trying to breathe fire there, not spin roll. Let me get the health? Okay, we got the health. We're cool. We're cool. No. God dang it! Okay. Where am I? Oh my god, I'm at the beginning. Yeah, so where's the warp pad here? I'm just gonna ask straight up, because I obviously never found it. No, so they home in... I forget what it's called. They home in based on your current velocity, not your previous velocity. So they're a little trickier to dodge than it looks like when you're a tiny little 10-pixel tall thing on the screen. Ah, there it is. I legitimately did not see that. Thank you again, proud son of Sanguinius. Very much appreciate. Save, first of all. Pause. Go make sure we pull that up, y'all. Towards Dawn of War 1, once again. Yeah, it's probably not as obvious. The casino chip, the slot machines back in the Witchy world did the same thing. They had the same aiming mechanism. It's really obvious if you manage to jump at the last second in a place where they should have no way of aiming at you and they just perfectly hit where you were. You know, that kind of thing. Anyways, I suck. Moving on. That's health. So, what's more dangerous? An erupting volcano, a tsunami, a tornado, or an earthquake? Well, an earthquake can cause a tsunami and a tornado. But a volcano can cause an earthquake, a tsunami, and a tornado, so probably a volcano. In a worst-case scenario, of course. Alright, take two. Make sure we're on the fire eggs. Yep, okay. I haven't forgotten, you know. Forgotten what? That you've still got my eggs. Where's my rusty horseshoe? I'm trying to demonstrate it, but my timing is off because I'm terrible. Thank you, Ventures, as always. Passing through Gethsemane. Please don't ask me to spell it. Gethssamane, I think. I've also heard like 3 or so different ways to pronounce it. The way I'm using is how I most commonly hear. Hence my using that in particular version. Yeah, these enemies aren't afraid of fire. Oof. There we go. That's a good example of them aiming as the bullet's coming out, rather than anything that would make sense. I don't know if you noticed it, but I did. One more loop. One more loop. Not get hit here. Insert curry joke here. It could be, Baron. We've seen that kind of escalating thing in the bosses in this game. Damn it! I've had enough. Ugh. Super dead. I tried my best, but I'll never get my eggs back from you now. We haven't got your eggs, Terry. You haven't? Oh, sorry about the rough stuff. That's alright, I enjoyed it. Perhaps we could keep a lookout for your eggs. Oh, would you? That's real nice of you. There are 4 eggs to find, which must be ready for hatching around now. Leave it with us, Terry. Please find the eggs for me before I become extinct. I'll give you half the reward now and half later. Nice eyebrow. Okay. Oh, that's a loading screen. To help you get my eggs, I'll also let you use this. Let's say I saw one of the eggs already. It's the one, though. And now it's not drained of life, so that's nice. You notice they haven't been draining life ever since we started the game? Like, they did it right at the beginning, and then they stopped. And there's one in Oogle Boogle's cave. I'm gonna have to remember all these, aren't I? So there's one down below, there's one in Oogle Boogle's cave. And those are the only 2 hints I get. Interesting. Sorry, writing down Venture's donation really quick before I forget. I don't want to forget. That's terrible. Down we go. Most hardest boss battle in all of gaming. Mike Tyson. Seriously, that's probably one of the hardest bosses I've ever fought. I mean, have you ever fought that frickin' boss? God. Hi, I'm just gonna immediately destroy you in one shot with an attack that has variable dodge timing. And occasionally fake you out. A couple of other attacks, just to make sure that you try and waste your dodges. That's a good question, Mr. Red. I don't know. I mean, I've never reviewed Punch-Out, so I have no idea. So, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't, Elizar, off the top of my head. Where am I? Well, Mike Tyson isn't in the Wii version. In fairness. Wow. That's just straight up death. Good to know. Yeah, no, I'd say so, Ross. I don't know if Kazooie can climb, but we're about to find out. She cannot. Hang on. I'm not sure why the split thing is here. Missed. Okay. Yeah, it's completely useless. Yeah, I was just thinking I probably need the carry ability, which I know exists because I still need to get the fat guy. To carry it down as him, to lay on it as her. So, to be continued. I mean, I've discussed this developer-generated camera, the developer-generated content versus the player-generated content so many times ago. I'm not even sure what to add to it at this point. Like, so a sandbox cannot do what I want it to do. Pretty much, period. There's always going to be limitations and restrictions because it's a video game, right? If I want to play a true sandbox, I need to be playing D&D with a player. So in other words, if I want to have an actual sandbox to actually do what I want, I need to be playing pen and paper. Which I do, and I tend to enjoy that quite a bit. But a video game is already an inherently limited format, so I tend to prefer to be able to play the content that was designed for me, rather than being given a bucket, some sand, and told to have fun. Make sense? Now, no judgment to anybody who prefers the opposite. There are plenty of people who prefer player-generated content. Pretty much everyone who's ever played EVE Online qualifies in that category, for example. That's it? Just a health thing? Oh, this is... Yeah, okay, I know where I am. But yes, I did stream Banjo-Kazooie. I don't remember when. You'd have to check the VOD. That's true, I don't have much of an imagination. Well, that was unintentional, but yeah, sure, okay. I mean, I don't see any issues with Far Cry Primal. So, I got nothing else to add to that. It's cool. Yeah, no, I see the flight pad. That's actually not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to remember where that egg was that I've already seen. Now, there is such a thing as designing a game around allowing the player to kind of do things in their own way, or at their own pace. The former being all roads lead to Rome, and the latter being open world, respectively. And I tend to value both. You know, it's good game design, most especially because it's actually very hard to do properly. Like, correctly... Yep, there it is, right over there. Correctly and adequately designing a game to have, 5 or 6 solutions to a puzzle is not that easy. Especially to do that consistently throughout the course of a game. And similarly, designing a game so that you can proceed at your own pace, aka a Metroidvania kind of a thing, is also not particularly easy. Or, to be slightly more accurate with my terminology, it's not easy to do it properly. It's not easy to do it in a way that it's good. The most linear Zelda game? So, this is cheating, but Four Swords Adventures on the GameCube is the most linear Zelda game, because it's literally stage-based. You go to one stage, and then you go to the next stage, and so forth and so on. No, Dark Souls isn't a sandbox. Dark Souls is a Metroid. That is true, Hazardous. I mean, there's probably a reason why most people consider Far Cry 3 to be their favorite of that particular franchise, and the one that arguably made it blow up financially. It's okay, we're gonna have Assassin's Creed Infinite soon. With infinite content forever. And no need to actually design Assassin's Creed games anymore. Well, I've never reviewed Mario 64 Elizar, so I don't know. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way then. Good. I mean, I have played Paper Mario. I'm not sure I would qualify that as a worthy comparison, since that's an RPG and all. That's gonna be too tall. I do not have a Z jump, Aaron. Put simply. I was trying it earlier and nothing happened, so. What I do have. Oh my god, my legs. I've never reviewed Link to the Past, and I have yet to finish reviewing Ocarina, so I have no idea which of those is better. My favorite dinosaur? Other than the T-Rex, of course. I'm gonna go with a Brachiosaur. I've always found something just kind of cool about them. Hey, Tree Whisperer. That's true, Hazardous. I can't argue that. Yeah, camera! And now I have to go literally the entire way around the level to get back up there to do that again. Hey, Roiting, what's going on? Oh, just blindly guessing there. But I made it. Jeez Louise. I don't know what kind of bird Kazooie is, actually. If I had the chance to eat dinosaur meat, oh, Brachiosaur. That's gotta be some serious muscle. And then I would eat all of the dinosaurs. I'd just go down the list, you know? Just try them all out. Down, please? No, 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 no. Okay, so I can't land the normal way, so we have to land the other way. Land! Land! Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, it doesn't work when I'm just her, Baron. No, I cannot, Elizar. Okay, what's... Hi, Malachor. Hope you're doing well. Why is the hatching move not working? Hatch. 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 Oh, there we go. Yay. Okay. Well, yeah, science also says that space battles would be really boring, but I think space battles could be really cool, so I think I'll prefer, you know, cool space battles. I overshot it. Whatever, I don't care that much. I don't care that much. Okay, so that's one down. Think. Yeah, let's go do that. Where did I leave Banjo? Yeah, exactly, Inosians. Oh, there's an enemy. And it's dead. And by the way, you can't see your enemy because they're 700 million miles away. Where the hell did I leave Banjo? Does anyone remember where I left Banjo? Because I don't. Flight path. Okay. That's gonna be... come on. This way. Ish. Maybe not. You know what? Yeah, we'll see him in a second here. Hey! Okay. Ah, this is where I left him. Alright, so what am I doing? Right. I know what I'm doing. I'm not trying to get there from here. Let's do this. Wow. I forgot that they jump much less than she jumps. Deliberate deaths or unintentional deaths, Darth Medora? Because those are different. Okay, off we go. I actually think this is probably my least favorite song of the area so far. Like, it's not terrible, it's not bad, it's just, eh. Has anyone here ever read up on what Banjo 3E was supposed to be? Because, I don't know, it sounds like it could have been pretty awesome. Probably cold, Eleazar. I've always liked cold. What were they planning? Well, in broad, generic terms, the idea was it was going to be Banjo-Kazooie, but the further into the game you got, the more different it was going to be. Like, periodically, there would be a bit where there's, you know, a dude who has modern high-def graphics instead of the old N64 style. Or, like, a particular boss would function differently, and there'd be different... Yes, blow up, Alex. Or there'd be different mechanics or something. And as you move through the game, it would be more and more until finally Kazooie would be like, wait a second! This is a remake! And then it would branch from there into a completely separate game. Oh, a new dinosaur. What are you? A vicious T-Rex. You're not that vicious. You don't even know how to roar properly. What is this, Lion King? No, I don't think we do. That's easy. Just tap B for a short roar, and hold for a long one. Thanks! Let's go roar at someone. Not a bad sound effect, actually. Why am I an evil supervillain? Don't pigeonhole me, Eleazar. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. So, okay, I'm an evil villain. I'm Captain Cold, apparently. Yeah, 3E turned into nuts and bolts, if I'm not mistaken. Not by design so much as by consequence. I don't know how to think like a supervillain. Okay, first thing I do is I start laughing maniacally. I'm super evil. Yes. Yes. And then I make like this giant cold palace, and I just sit in my cold palace constantly laughing about how evil I am. And then I go to the city and I'm like, you must give me $1 million. Or else I will destroy your homes with a blizzard. And they're just like... And then some dude with a sniper rifle 2 miles away shoots me and I die. The end. Oh, I see where this is. Okay, so these are just basically warp panels. Alright. But that implies there's something up here that I would want to be up here for as a T-Rex. Then I get cloned and resurrected, and it's like, oh, for God's sakes. Oh, for God's sakes. Why am I here? What am I doing with my life? So I go into the snow cone business, right? I did forget Hazardous, but now I can't. It's too late now. Good health must wait. What's the female DC-based cold villain-ness? Excuse you? Killer Frost, that's her. I think. It sounds right. There's probably nothing up here. I'm just wasting my time. What do you want to bet? Yeah, there's a lot of cold-themed villains. You ever notice that? I mean, it's okay, it's cold, right? That makes sense. Thematically, it makes sense because cold is usually a very real enemy in real life. Yeah, I'm with it. Plus, cold is cool. You can't create a black hole with darkness. You would need gravity for that. Still, making blizzards is pretty cool. I mean, if nothing else, cold would be probably one of the most utility abilities I would have, at least for me personally, because I could always just walk around with my own personal air conditioning, even while outside. I mean, think about how much more work I could get done on the lawn by actually going around and actually having good, proper air conditioning while I'm outside working in the sweltering heat and humidity. Sis comes over. Hey, could you clothe it? You know, could you make this cooler a bit? Yeah, sure. Right. I'll do a stretch break. Plus, if you've ever played Kingdom Hearts 3, you can do that ice skate thing where you just zoom around on your ice skates, and it's incredibly cool. That's like my favorite form in that entire game, just because it's so awesome to play as. The Lich King would qualify as a lit ice villain. He's literally Steel Ice Ghost, as we've talked about before. Close to being my favorite Pokemon types. No, that's okay. I thought I would die. I was kind of intending to die so I could warp back. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Huh. Okay. I was not expecting this outcome. Oh, and there's a thing over there. Hey. What do you know? Excellent. Good. is like a horror movie. Look, you've already had sharks in a tornado. Just a T-Rex popped out of the water. I mean, no, Alexa, but lol. See, the real elemental power I would pick would be electricity. Because that has so much utility in the modern world. Especially if you can really get precise with it, you know? Hell, I'd probably set up, I'd be like, alright, talk to the local government, or talk to the federal government. I want to provide power for this city by myself. That'll be my job. And what are you gonna pay me for that? And there you go, I just power a city by myself. Okay, so that one led up. That didn't lead anywhere. And they gave me that, so now... yes, now I need to stop being a T-Rex. Would you believe I haven't decided yet, Gumgo? Hasn't come up yet. Hasn't been relevant yet. They're somewhere between... and... meters. Whee! I mean, Cole McGrath is, let's be 100% honest with ourselves, stupidly overpowered. To the point where it actually kind of de-invests me a little bit, because... I mean, I can't even explain it without spoiling, and I don't feel like spoiling, but he gets power which is absolutely stupid. I wouldn't mind an Iron Man suit. I could work with that. Power that sucker by myself. Believe it or not, no, Inosians. It really has never come up. It is yet to come up. Where am I going? Yes, there. Damn it, Rhino Noble. What I call dark powers? So, I mean, dark is just the absence of light, right? So, you know, being able to blind someone or prevent all light from traveling within a specific zone. Or... that's, it. That's about all I got. That's what I would call dark. You. Please? Yeah, dark as a superpower would be better in team with someone else's superpower than by itself. Do I agree that dark does not equal evil? I mean, it depends on the setting. So... yeah, darkness, that's a little different, because darkness is usually its own completely separate elemental thing. I mean, even my own setting has darkness as an element. In Kingdom Hearts, darkness is not evil, or is corrupting, or isn't corrupting, depending on which game we're talking about. They keep seeming to change their minds about it. They really need to make up their minds on that one. But it's okay, because we've gone off to Shibuya now. Spoilers. That's a good question, Diesel Edge. The problem is, the obvious answer is the nanomachine one, the one he uses in Infinity War. Because it's the most advanced suit, right? Power of space or time? Well, I already got time. I mean, I'd take time, definitely. Being a Time Lord would be pretty useful. Now, if we're talking purely aesthetically... I don't know. I'd have to be looking at some pictures of him, I think. But yes, I will take power over space and time. And everything. Just everything. I just want power over everything, because that's so wrong. Don't answer that. You're kidding. You're kidding. Okay, okay, okay. I can work with that. I mean, being blind is pretty much objectively worse than being deaf. But both would suck quite a bit. In either case, I'd probably immediately kill myself. Just, oh, I'm blind now. Okay. Oh, I'm deaf now. Okay. Done. I'm out. Peace. Done. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Why is this game so reasonable? God. Okay. So now, on my to-do list, let me think about this. Because I've been trying to get that stupid thing for a while. I mean, we talked about this as power of the Q, right? Alright, oceans, soil, air, ozone. Okay. Whew. Big day at work. Alright, let me think. So... there's a cave, I don't remember where it is, that I still need to check out, I think. I feel like there's a bunch of things on my to-do list, but I don't know where any of them are. I still need to get the second egg, which I know where it is, which I don't know where it is. I still need to figure out what's going on with the train. And the sick dude who's not there, apparently. I need to get Mumbo to the sick Stegosaurus, but I don't even remember where the sick Stegosaurus is. Looking for the... I don't even know where the other two eggs are. I don't remember what's over here, so we're just gonna check this out really quick. I'd take Super Rich any day of the week on that one, Elizar. That's just way too useful. There are too many people I could help too much with Super Wealth. Hey, based oatmeal. Like that's a no-brainer, honestly. If you asked me if I could have the power over cold... or being super rich, I'd still probably go with super rich. It's just too useful of a power. One moment, please. I just got a message. Or Mom, who didn't message me earlier. I am, comma, in fact, comma, streaming, exclamation mark. I know, it's shocking, period. She's been making fun of me for how long it's taken me to get back to streaming. I mean, I'll take cold and super wealth, but I don't want to be greedy. Super Rush? Super Rush. You mean like Flash powers? That depends. So, one of the things most people don't actually ask... Oh, super rich. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind, never mind. I'll take being super rich. Sorry. I'll take the wealth. Here it is. I was actually literally looking for this cave. That's actually funny. Actually. Okay, so what do we got here? It's okay I drink from him. You can still listen to music. You just have to listen to it extremely sped up while you're running around. You could do that, right? Just make your own custom MP3s of the song sped up by 1000%. Hello, Dr. Winter. Yes, that would be the lore week where we discuss the Black Widow movie, Dr. Winter. Okay, so there's a flight pad. And a bounce thing. Okay. We've also got some underwater stuff. Let's just kind of poke around here a little bit. What do we got? A weird underwater platform thing. Nothing. Okay. Well, tell me all of those powers, and I'll tell you which one I'll pick, Rhino Noble. Because I definitely know them all. I have them completely memorized and alphabetized and categorized. But if you could tell me them, to see if you know them, because obviously I am a great liar. I know exactly how to lie to people. What? What? Huh? Can you hear me in there? I won't digest you if you help me out with my little stomach problem. That's a hell of a blackmail. These nasty blarg ulcers keep appearing from my stomach lining, and they really hurt. I want you to shoot them before they disappear again. Blue are worth 3 points, green are worth 2, red are worth 1. It's okay, now we have a slightly better gun than we had last time. Speaking of sections I wouldn't want to see in a high-def remake. feels better. I swallowed this awful thing earlier. Thought it was a biscuit. Please take it with you when you leave. Sure. I'm good, thanks. I wouldn't want the power of making good puns. Then I might actually be funny. People would be like, who are you and what have you done with lore? I mean, probably the former, Rhino. But that depends on what we can do inside there, obviously. Okay, so now we go flying, I guess? Is there anything to fly to? Oh, there is. Way up there. Spice Melange. Alright, so. I'm a moron. Refresh me, what's Spice Melange? And how can I use it to conquer the world? Yeah, but I don't remember what it does other than it helps them to navigate super space and also makes them look really, really, really ugly. Like, if you're giving me the power of FTL, that's neat, but not a lot of utility for that in me, you know? It's like, hey, so... Listen, NASA? Hey, listen, NASA. So I can FTL, but there's a couple of caveats. Hello, Colgrim. Thank you so much for 2 years of support. And welcome to the 2-year club. If you know what you'd like to put that particular anniversary sub towards, please let me know. So, a language? I mean, I'd kind of want to learn every language, to be completely honest. Just all of them. That's not actually a joke. I would love to learn all the languages. If I had to pick one, I mean, I've always kind of wanted to learn French. Japanese has been fairly high on my list. And, I don't know. I don't think I could pick a third one. So, if I could learn any instrument perfectly and instantly, what would it be? Piano. No question. Easy answer. This isn't disorienting. Oh, there we go. I'm found. Give me a second, and I will do that call group. Just give me a sec. Okay, we're here. Land. There we go. There we go. No, I do not, Elisa. That's one of my precious babies. Aw, isn't it cute? Because it's faster and you can gain more height quickly with it, Baron. Okay. I'll take it. Far Cry 3. Blood Dragon. You got it. Done. Oh, I know, right, Diesel Edge? Do I like sharks in general or Crobat more? Crobat. Yeah, that sounds terrible, Malachor. So if you're forcing the spice on me, suicide. But if it's a choice, then I just wouldn't do it. Okay. So that's done. That's everything I know to do in that room. My favorite Pokemon type bounces around, depending on my mood. Ghost, Poison, Steel, Ice. Those are the big ones. It's almost like I'm doing it on purpose, Mr. Ed, but that can't possibly be true. Now, you're probably thinking, why are you doing that on purpose, Lore? Are you just trolling? Well, actually, no. The main reason that I've been doing it is to test. If you remember, a few weeks ago, my Squire of Gothos rumination got flagged for having inappropriate content. I still don't know what from. That YouTube isn't communicative about such things, so I have no idea what it got flagged for. So as a test, I've been regularly saying the word suicide nice and clearly to make sure that the algorithm can get it to see if it'll do anything. So far, the answer has been a big fat no. The Squire of Gothos remains my only video that has ever been flagged, and no, there's no cussing in that video. Actually, I don't like Gengar that much. First of all, he's ugly. Second of all, he's overpowered. Third of all, he's ugly. Fourth of all, I used to not have him because he required trading, and I couldn't trade Pokemon until Gen 4, so... Does anyone remember where the Stegosaurus family was? Well, it depends, Elizar, what they do with it and how they do it. Yeah, but there was a Mumbo thing there. There was a Mumbo panel wherever there. So he has to be able to reach them, but that doesn't mean too much. Close to the bog? Wrong button. Yeah, I will admit, I don't want to sound too negative, but so far this is probably my least favorite level. Well, I take that back. I think the mining level is still the worst. This is probably my second least favorite level. You are dead. Guess, hang on. Oh, to improve the level? Oh, jeez. Add a map. A good map, obviously. A good mini-map would also not go amiss. I mean, we could talk about it when we get there, F and Craig. I probably have, Dr. Winter, but I have no memory of doing so. I know. Excuse me, C-Gabs. Like, I've been there before. Maybe it's this one over here? I thought this was the train, but we'll try it, No, that's where the one dude was. That's nothing. Maybe this? Nope, that's just an empty cave. Honestly, I just don't want to talk about Sylvanas if that's okay, so... Speaking generically of any character in fiction, a character becoming strong or overpowered doesn't really bother me so much as when they take a character and screw with them in terms of characterization or character assassination or whatever, right? Like, that's the thing that tends to bother me. Not whether they're strong or not. I mean, I tend to like Superman, and it's kind of hard to be more overpowered than Superman, you know? It depends on what you do with it. Oh, maybe this is it? Hi, Night Forager. Nope, this is the train station. I can call the train now, but I don't have any reason to. I don't have someone sick on the train. Although, actually, I do have a reason to call the train, don't I? Hang on. Because I've talked to her father now. Or dad, mother, or whatever it is. Let's see if it'll let me, because it didn't let me earlier. Hey, it's letting me now. Yes, please. Yeah, that's a very common thing. Okay, we need to make sure this character is smart and competent and powerful. How do we do that? Let's give the idiot ball to everyone else. Okay. Hey, it worked. Oh, Mom won't be too mad at me. But his mother, okay. Where is the cave? This is the cave I'm trying to find, right here. Thanks for returning, my lost child. She'll be cleaning out our cave for the next month as punishment. Why did she go home, then? Did Grant Kirkhope actually write the music for Angry Birds? Because that would be funny. Terrifying, but funny. Yeah, true enough, Dr. Winter. I mean, that is a good weakness to have, being a good person. I'll take that. Which means you can't do horrifically evil actions. And you know what? Okay. This Angry Birds are a good game. I didn't like Angry Birds when it was called Crush the Castle. Points if you get it. Alright, so... Oh yeah, I actually forgot about that. Let's do that. That's over by Mumbo, I think? I think Garrosh did nothing wrong. And that's my answer to that. Garrosh did so many things wrong. That boy, whew, he's got issues. This is not where I want to be. That being said, if you want to know more about my thoughts on Garrosh, well, in the coming months, stay tuned to the future Lorecraft episodes as we get into the Garrosh episodes. There's already been one Garrosh episode that's gone live, because he was in BC. And actually, I think the Garrosh's presence in Wrath is also something I've already covered. Yeah, because I think this week will be the final Wrath episode. Ice Crown. The next week, we start Cataclysm. Define, Roiting. What do you mean? Because Thrall made many stupid, dumb mistakes and made everything worse rather than helping. As I will talk about in the Lorecraft series. Plug, plug, plug. I think a total of 5 people actually watch that series. Isn't that the way, right? Okay. I've poured my heart, sweat, and tears into this series, and nobody watches it. It's the same thing that happened with the roleplay, actually. Yes, so I don't remember what we called it, but it's probably called something like Active Blizzard. It's one of my lore weeks, Royting. That would have been several weeks ago. Why did Thrall make Garrosh War Chief? Lorecraft plug. Okay. This way, I think. Pretty sure. Yep, this is where I want to be. Spin. There's no easy answer to it if that's what you're asking, Mr. Red. Like, there's no 3-second answer to that question. I think that's it, Royting. It wouldn't be that long ago. It would have been pretty recent. Ah, I know where this is, but I'm not sure where this goes. Ah, Elizar. I haven't played WoW in almost a year at this point. Pretty much ever since Shadowlands came out. Which is, I think, was November. Gosh, okay. That's... Okay, so I'm gonna sound very stupid here, Elizar. I'm curious why exactly you think Thrall or Jaina, two of the most main characters we have in the entirety of Warcraft, would turn evil. Like, where's that even coming from? That's like asking me, so... That's a bad example. That's asking me, did Luke really decide to brutally butcher that guy by ripping out his organs? And I'm like, what? And I'm just confused. Did Luke really kill all the younglings? The answer is yes. He killed them. He killed all of them. No hesitation. I don't know a Night Forger? I don't recall hearing something about that, but the amount of behind-the-scenes information for Star Wars is so gigantic that there's plenty I don't remember. It's a Droth in Elizar. Ah, dwarf. In what manner, Elizar? Play-as, lore-wise, visually, in terms of cosmetics. In lore? Oh, dwarves. Easy answer. Dwarves are awesome. Yeah, the other... I like how he had this whole plan to introduce the other in, like, the 4th frickin' movie. Like, come on, George. Let's see. I still don't know where the Stegosaur Cave is. I need to figure out where that is. I don't know how to get into this cave. And I need to find more eggs? I think think that's it. I think that's my to-do list right now. This cave, which I have no idea what to do about. And then figure out where the Stegosaur Cave is and do stuff there. And then figure out where the other eggs are. And do stuff there. Not a great to-do list, I'll be honest. Light pad? Okay. Probably it just was. Tank. Sorry, I know you hate the noise, but I'm trying to speed this up a little bit. I like how the estimate for this game was 14 hours. We're already past that, for reference. So there's the flight pad. What's around there? Oh, I think I know where it is. I think it's up here. Yeah, right here. Okay. We found the Stegosaur Cave. Now we have to figure out getting Mumbo here. It's okay, she has really strong legs, Night Forager. Playthroughs, mostly, Papaneeks. I usually peruse YouTube walkthroughs and see how long they are. Check speedruns, give me a low end. Check how long to beat, give me a high end. And kind of estimate between the three. I mean, I didn't see one, Papaneeks, but there probably is, and I'm probably extremely stupid. Obviously, they are just estimates. I can't predict how long a game is going to take. But I do have to come up with some kind of number to put there, and I don't want to just throw something at a dartboard, you know? How long is this game? 5 hours. Cool. Nowadays, I actually bake in an extra 2 hours on top of everything, just to add for time for rumination making and that sort of thing. So I have to do a rumination for most of these. Including this one. In fact, I've already looked up some behind-the-scenes info on this game. There wasn't much there, really. Mostly just talking about the stuff that didn't get into the game. Okay. Yeah, we might not even beat this before we have to take another streaming break. Jeez Louise, there's a terrifying thought. And then the negatives keep piling on. Thank you, Trayfin, for the sub. As always. I will put that towards Metroid Dread. What I might do is just pull up a walkthrough. I don't know. I'm not there yet. We'll see. I actually already have one. I've already selected one in case I need it. We'll see. Well, that's a problem. Yeah. I don't think there is another side. I'm pretty sure I can't reach it anyways. Yeah. Like, there's a ledge. If I could get up there, maybe? Can I ledge grab as Bumbo? Got it. Okay, hang on. Okay. Unfortunately, if there's no teleport pad in there, then I'm just gonna give up on this. Because I have no idea. And I'm out of ideas. So warm today. We had that torrential downpour yesterday, and the heat was like, oh, now I can move in. And now it's 700,000 degrees here on the surface of the sun. I'm only slightly exaggerating. It is unpleasant. And I have all my fans going right now. I apologize for the noise, by the way. I'm gonna laugh if there's just a warp pad up here, and I completely missed it the 2 times I've been up here. Not seeing a warp pad. How the heck am I supposed to get Mumbo in here? He can't go up the path. The path is he can't shimmy, and there's no warp pad in here. I'm missing something, so I'm just gonna ask flat out. How do I get Mumbo in here? Hey, Rax, thank you. Always appreciate, sir. That's going towards dramatic pause. Not what I was expecting, actually. From Humbus. I don't even know how that works, but we'll figure it out. Count. Well, Rax usually puts his money towards FF14 stuff, Jongo, so I sort of assuminated. I need liquid is what I need. God. Burning alive here. I am out of that liquid. They don't get to stream FF14? Yeah. It's true. I don't think anybody actually wants me to stream FF14 anyways. This is the last time I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to leave the level, because this is effectively the last thing on my to-do list, and I don't know what else to do here, so... I'm just gonna peace out. Django doesn't actually watch the stream. He looks at this like, this isn't Warhammer, and then he leaves. And when we play God of War, he'll be like, aha! And he'll be able to pretend it's Warhammer, because God of War's pretty close to Warhammer, right? I love those meetings so much, S.A. Ross. So, we need to inform you of this new policy. Now, I need everyone to be here for this. This game is, my opinion, substantially better than the first game. That being said, this game, I know I have a hypothetical plus for humor, but it is yet to actually make me laugh. Make of that what you will. Alright, screw it. Now you can try. Is God of War as bleak as Warhammer? No! No. As a non-FF fan, what is the worst FF game? That's actually a pretty easy question. I mean, that's their opinion. They're allowed that. Alright, so... This is not actually where I thought it would be. Well, the funny thing is, I've reviewed the Final Fantasy game, so if you go to my website, sort by golden number, and then look towards the bottom, whichever FF is the lowest will be the answer to your question. But there are other FFs that I haven't reviewed that are worse. I believe FF2 is at the bottom of my list, of the ones I've reviewed. I haven't reviewed 13, or 13.2, or 13.3. I have barely begun reviewing 14, although that's obviously much better. And... I guess that's kind of it. I'm never going to review 11. 14 1.0 I'm also never going to review, but it's the worst game ever. I'm curious how it's going to review Blue Felix when we get there. Because again, haven't actually reviewed 13 yet. I can't, Ross. I don't exactly have a PS5, and I have no plans to get one anytime soon. I think I'm going to give up on this. I think I'm just going to save myself the headache. Give up. After I try one thing, because I had a thought earlier. If this doesn't work, then yeah, I give up on this level and we're going to move on. I have spent way too much time running in circles, trying to do anything here and failing at it. Yeah, I'm gonna try to drop down from up here. I mean, I probably wouldn't like living with most rebels if we're being completely honest with ourselves. I think I'm aimed right. Don't really have a way to tell. Yep, made it. Okay, we did it. we got him in here. Jeez Louise. I'm sure there's some other way. I just, at this point, I don't care. I would agree that this is the first level that drifts into negative territory for me. None of the other levels, even the mine level, which I didn't care for, isn't as bad as this. Thanks for beefing up my small child. Perhaps he'll find a girlfriend now. Anyways. No, we're not at Hailfire yet. I don't even know how far ahead of me that is. Yeah, so the reason this is so crappy is that pathway is specifically designed so you can't walk up it as Mumbo, which is just ridiculous. But I think, yeah, this was my other idea. Yeah, I thought so. So this is still stupid, though. No, this is still bad. You know why? To get up here as Mumbo, because I've done this before, if you remember, you can't go up that way. To get up here as Mumbo, you have to go all the way around. Like, so picture the map. And you're down here, you have to go around back through the rear end of the thing, go through that tunnel that I just saw there, and then come at it from this angle, and then go up in order to get there. I know this because I did that earlier as Kazooie for the Kazooie-only egg. That's ridiculous. It's not that bad. There are worse levels, but I'm thinking we should probably start an aggregate negative at the very least for whatever this place is called. Can I just leave? Yeah, I noticed only the very bottom of the hill is steep. That's just spitting in my face at that point. I wonder how speedrunners deal with that. I'm really curious, especially for like a 100% run. About time, Zach Deft. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. I mean, I think there's more stuff I haven't done, but honestly, I'm kind of tired of this place. Let's get to some better levels, you know? I don't even know. Okay, fine. There's one area that I do have on my mental checklist that I want to try out. Just real quick. It's not going to take me that long. I know exactly where it is and how to get there. So let's just go do that real quick. See if there's anything over there, because I don't remember if there's something I missed up there. I haven't swept it yet. Okay, let's speed this up a little bit. That's not what I meant to do, but cool. I can tell, Gumgo. Although you tend to do that with everything, so that's good. I also still don't know how to get past the caveman, but I don't have any ideas on that front. Hang on, I have an idea on that front. Okay, that didn't work. Cool, moving on. That means I'm missing 4 Jiggies somewhere in Oceans. I'm sure the eggs is at least one of them for Terry. I'm not sure what else. Okay, so I already did that. Did I go through here yet? Probably sea games. I noticed that a lot of the terrain seems to be designed around letting you be able to navigate it as the big toy, so you don't get soft locked, you know? So it wouldn't surprise me if some of the level design was like, okay, if the player gets down here, we need to make sure that they don't get soft locked, so let's put this here and change this around, and yada, 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 yada. Okay, I have not been in here. Heals, there's death. Can I make this jump? I might be able to make that jump. Nope, cannot make that jump. I mean, I suppose it depends on which point in history you're talking about, but other factors. Who's in charge, you know? Which eels are attacking me in the face, you know, stuff like that. Something else. Oh, that's the way in, isn't it? Yep. Wrong way. Yeah, I have no memory of a place called or like Stomping Plains, so I'm pretty sure I haven't been there yet. This looks like a... I don't know. Nope. There we go, okay. I can go back up to the Terry area. That's easy enough. Finish this area. Come on. There we go. This is interesting. If this pops up saying Stomping Plains, I'm gonna laugh. Nope. I don't know where this is. What is this? Oh, I see where this is. Okay. Let's go back up, because there's something I didn't get in there. That's what I'm going to get right now in Oceans. Or I'm going to try to. I fail. Yeah, tell me about it, writing. Oh god, so last night I had the most... I don't want to call it a full-on nightmare, not by my standards, but I had an extended bad dream that I was streaming the premiere of the theater, and basically, to summarize, I won't bore you with details, but everything went wrong. Like, absolutely everything you could think about just went wrong. And it was humiliating. And horrible and awful, and I'm just running around like a chicken with my head cut off trying to get it to work, and it's like, no. How do I dodge these guys with just Banjo? I can't attack. I mean, it was a bad dream. It just wasn't full-on nightmare status. where I can aim. I know that there's currently evidence to the contrary. Yeah, there's that respawn already. Oh crap, that missed. Where's your hitbox? Alright, fine. I'll switch to grenades. Now I'm just confused. See if we can get the far one first. Hey. Grenades are always the answer. Hang on, Overseer, give me 1 second. I'm in a hurry. I need to do this quickly. Run, 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 run. Mega Man 4, Dr. Winter, easy answer. Go. 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 What? Why didn't you grab the ledge? Thank you, Overseer USA, very much. Always appreciate that support, thank you. Give me just a second. I saw that you put it towards Metro, give me a second. Okay, I'm just gonna pause to write that down before we forget, because Overseer is awesome. Are you an Overseer from the USA? Are you an Overseer of the USA? Is the USA itself the Overseer, and you are the entire United States? I'm just curious. Can I shoot just with her? I can. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. Apparently I had the wrong thing equipped there. This is really hard to see, by the way. I'm green on a green background with a green tint. This is a challenge to see what I'm looking at here. Really? There we go. Switch, 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 switch. What? Okay, we made it. What? Sorry, pick large things up. Hey, I can pick up stuff! I can pick up stuff. Okay, okay. So I know at least one thing, right off the top of my head, I can do with that. Someone in chat mentioned that I can pick up the sick person and take them to the train. I'm not sure where the doctor is I could take them to, but that might be worth doing. Anyways, where? Oh, there she is. God, I couldn't even see her. Okay. Let's grab a safety save. No, Elizar. We are getting 70 of the thingers. And that's it. That's the goal. 70 thingers. Normally I like to do closer to a 90% run of a game, but I think I'll be okay with just getting 70 thingers for this one. And trying at every level, obviously. If by some miracle we haven't by that point. Okay, so this is right over what's-her-face. Yeah. There's still that over there, which I haven't figured out how to get to. I don't even know if that's a thing. Like over there. Whatever. Okay. This way. No to both questions, Ellie. Although, the truthful answer is more like, it's kind of impossible to tell this early. But if you asked me to put my money down, if you put a gun to my head and said, pick, I would say no. I'm going to try that ramp because I know I can't go up it. But it's okay, we have another method of going up that ramp. They'll let me in now. Yep. Yes, no, and no, respectively, Elizar. Why is everyone asking about Looney Tunes lately? Is there a Looney Tunes thing that's happening lately that I'm unaware of, other than Space Jam 2? Almost died from that. But yeah, Looney Tunes isn't actually my thing. Cultural significance? Absolutely. My thing? No. How do I pick someone up? I don't know the button combination. How do I pick someone up? I don't think so, Trihexia. It doesn't sound familiar. Got it. Well, the most likely thing we're going to do, Gum Gum, is eject it entirely. There we go. Thank you. Probably Disney for that one, Elizar? There he is. God dang it. Kinda need to recover a little bit. Okay, now I need to remember how to get to the train. I think I know how to get there relatively quickly. I mean, a lot of stuff fits in Banjo's backpack. That's true in most video games, so that's not really unique to this one, if you think about it. Maybe shoot. I thought the train station was, like, right here. I'm probably misremembering because I'm probably remembering about the train button, which was, like, there. I mean, I'm taking her kid to get healed, Dr. Winter. I'm not kidnapping anybody. Picking up the kid to take to the docks. I'm not sure who the doctor is. We'll figure that out later. Plus, do you have any idea how much Triceratops horns go for right now? Testing. Is this it? No, that's just an empty thing. Alright, whatever. Let's go this way. I don't remember where the train is. Apparently. I should probably mention, by the way, the reason the camera is a codified negative, you notice how it just likes to zoom around all the time? Most of that isn't me, that's just the camera automatically doing that. I just want that to be clear, for anybody wondering. Okay. Go here. Whoops. Is this train going to a doctor? Yes, we'll get you to a doctor. We got the Triceratops on the train. Alright. Alright. Time to get the drink here. Exactly, F. Craig. I guess this way would be fastest. No, the doctor themselves is sick. So people can come to them, but they don't go out to other people. Because they're staying at home. They're trying to get better. Okay, how do I get to Stamping Stompy Stoop Land? I mean, they might have a witchy doctor, but I'm not sure they would have a witch doctor. This is new. Almost didn't make that. What am I doing on eggs? I could use some grenades. I was forced to be killed by a supervillain or stay as a supervillain. What should I pick? seems terrifying. This doesn't have boss battle written all over it. Stay with a supervillain. I don't know, is she hot? I'm kidding. I mean, I'd probably kill the supervillain, man. Just... Triassic Steamroller. Okay. And we're dead. If I was with the Joker, would I survive? No. Most people wouldn't, though, so I don't feel bad about that. Right. I should probably finally use that invuln that I never figured out how to use until you said how to use it right now. Which I just screwed up. Oh my god, that hits. Oh, come on! Oh, whatever. I would have made that if I hadn't wasted the first one trying to figure out how the system works. I don't know, Elizar. I don't consider myself particularly smart. God dang it. Okay, you know what? Changed my mind. We'll come back to that. There's nothing there that will help me in other areas. So we'll just deal with that when we come back to it. Okay. We're done with that level for now. Where the heck am I? It's been so long since I've seen the light of day. We're out of the mine, because I can do that real quick. Let's get it out of the way. He deserved to, Mr. Red. He was trying to trick me. Don't try to trick me. Honestly, a lot of games in this era, like from the mid-90s to the early aughts, all shared the same sound files. It's really weird to listen to. Okay. Got it. Don't think I can make that trip. Following the river. Oh, I can warp to the... I didn't think I could warp and keep a power-up with me. We'll try it. Now we leave. Now I gotta figure out where the next level is. If we get to Hailfire, or whatever it's called. Everyone in chat. Yeah, Hailfire is like 5 levels from now. Oh my god. True torment. I mean, there's probably other stuff I could backtrack for at this point, but no. Actually, there is one thing I should probably do while I'm thinking about it. Because it's like right here. Yeah, it's... So the way I've been doing it, dude, is I have this constant, like, mental checklist of, okay, what can I still do? What do I know I can do? What haven't I done yet? And that's kind of been how I've been trying to keep track. Yeah, we'll see if we end up giving a negative for length. Overstaying its welcome is what that would probably boil down to. Okay, so he's... was he electric, or was he... Where's the fat guy? Where's the fat kid? I don't remember where the fat kid is. Sci-fi. Okay, sci-fi, sci-fi. Sorry, I visually remembered it, but it was kind of a gray metal thing, so... Could have been either of them. I need a split. I know where a split thing is. I know where a split thing is. No, we just figured out how to pick people up, Plutonia. Give me a break. So, One Winged Angel. So, we've actually reviewed a couple of MMOs. The way we do it is... So, MMO reviews are on their own separate page for a reason, because they're a different animal when it comes to reviewing. But to answer your question directly, we do try to do all the major quests, all the primary story content, which includes every dungeon and every raid, and any new mechanics or mini-games that are added. I picked the wrong person. Any new mechanics or mechanisms that are built for it. For example, a review of Heavensward would have to include a review of POTD, for example. Just to name some specifics. In short, MMO reviews are long. That's why they cost so much. That's why, despite a large amount of interest, the FF14 Endwalker or Heavensward reviews haven't actually been funded yet, because they're going to cost a lot of priority. Yeah. What that guy said. Yeah, I don't want to get down to the bottom of the POTD. I don't think that's worth it. It's fine, Mr. Ed. I'm pretty sure people know what WoW is, and FF14. And Tor, which are the only 3 MMOs I have... Oh, excuse me, and STO, which are the only 4 MMOs I've acquiesced to reviewing. That's the other thing. I generally only accept reviews for MMOs I know. Because you also kind of can't review everything for an MMO, so... Some of that stuff is going to be, you know, by memory, or by experience. Well, ask me again in 3 days when we finally finish the game, Baron. Hey, I brought your son. Whoops. Did I tell you about not running off? I'm sorry, Mom. Sorry isn't good enough, young man. You've been eating again, haven't you? Well, you'd still better want your dinner. It was that strange bear, Mom. He made me eat this burger. Enough of your lies. Okay, that's kind of satisfying. I'll give you that. Well, I think we've all had enough excitement today. Time to go back home to Hailfire Peaks. Boggy will be wondering where I've gone to. He'd better have dinner in the oven. Boy, then. Thanks again, Banjo. Take the jiggy I found. The ticket office earlier. I've heard of that video we had. I never watched it, obviously, because one, when I have time, but I have heard of it. Can I just leave? Of course not. You know, it might literally be faster to, They did have dialogue, FN Craig. It's almost like I deliberately made sure that people wouldn't see that during the theater. There we go. Let's get out of here. But yeah, MMOs take a lot of effort to review. They're not quite full-on lore runs, but they're kind of leaning in that direction. Especially since I will obviously be discussing the lore of FF14, Tor, STO, and WoW whenever we do those reviews. And yes, I do actually have 10, exactly 10, I think, Cheeto pages. No, whatever. I'm pretty sure I have 10. I don't remember where he's at. I really don't. It's been so long. Was he in the tutorial? He was in the tutorial area. God, how do I get to the tutorial area? Let's see. This way, I think? So I'm trying to orient myself. I think this is where I came in yesterday. Okay, yes. I already got that down there. Don't have to worry about that. There's apparently an egg house. There's some eggs while I'm here. Meanwhile, Bottles is like, are you ever going to actually res me? No. Okay. Yeah, working on it. God. Bringing people back from the dead. It's not like dusting crops. Yes. Oh, that's right. In this timeline, we never actually talked to him. But we did get a gigantic donation for some reason. Why are you donating? Why? This button. Oh, it's not working. Feathers. Eggs. Okay. Interesting. I guess we'll go activate those. Why not, right? Well, thank you very, very much, Russ. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. I will put that towards the Zelda block and the other one, which is the Metroid Prime trilogy. Which I hope to God we don't have any issues running. I'm still kind of playing chicken with the Metroid Prime trilogy and hoping that'll get released on the Switch, because that would really smooth that over. So, we'll see. We will see. At some point. Save. Playing chicken. It's a phrase that refers to waiting to see if the other person is going to flinch first. So in other words, in this case, I want to see if Nintendo is going to release Metroid Prime on the Switch before I stream the Metroid Prime series. I mean, even ignoring any tech issues with the Wii, which actually I probably wouldn't have any real issues with Metroid Prime. Honestly, I don't enjoy playing Metroid Prime with the Wii controller. It's a preference thing, right? So, I would rather not play Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 with the Wii controller setup, that's all. I mean, in fairness, it would legitimately be easier to stream it on the Switch, but that's not the main reason. Oh, wait, no. Where's the egg house? Which of these is the egg house? Hi, Richard Brock. Yeah, when I first heard about the trilogy on the Wii, I was like, oh, heck yeah, that sounds awesome. And then I found out it all uses Metroid Prime 3 controls, and I was like, oh, well, that's less awesome. But I do own it. I physically own the Metroid Prime trilogy on the Wii. Jinjo house. You're right, Cashel. That is pretty much exactly true. Okay. Let's just check every house. Let's just do this. Nope. Okay. Oh god, Pikmin on the Wii. Ah! Oof. That's, yeah. No, I'm looking for this egg thing that I don't know anything about. Like, I don't have anything in my mental checklist of an egg house, so I'm just checking houses randomly, because I have no idea what you're talking about. It is apparently very excruciating, yes. Oh, I hope not Reuting. It's okay, we moved on from the dinosaur level, Russ. There's an egg thing here somewhere. Oh, duh! I do remember what you're talking about. The egg! The egg. Yeah, okay. You know what's gonna be funny? Whenever we review the Metroid Prime trilogy, it'll be the second time I've ever played Metroid Prime 2. That's right, it's a real special egg. Throw it in the nest. It'll also be the second time I ever played Metroid Prime 3. And it'll be like the 15th time I played Metroid Prime 1. Honestly, that might be lowballing it. Homing eggs. Homing. So, feather, eggs, and homing. Oh, right, I have to be just her to do that. That's fine, whatever. Well, Prime 1 is legit. It's got some issues, but that is just a phenomenal game. I hope. Haven't reviewed it. That being said, Prime 3 was also really awesome. I only played it the one time because the reason I already mentioned, I didn't like the control scheme. Special Heggy Egg Award, Jinjo as multiplayer character. Who's Jinjo? That's cool, I guess. Alright, let's go input some cheats. And I don't even have to put up the cheat flag. I gotta remember where that is, though. I saw it briefly when I was going through the level. I think it was this level. Is this one or the next one? Yep, I remember where it is now. No kidding, Ross. Alright, so it's gonna be down this way, I think. The only reason I don't say that Prime 2 is legit is because, again, I just don't have the experience with it. I mean, it's kind of the style, Elizar, but if someone doesn't enjoy that, that makes perfect sense. I don't blame anyone for not enjoying it. The preferences. Oh gosh. Okay. Come on. Alright, eggs. Is there no second G? Okay, whatever. G again. There we go. Okay. Double maximum number of eggs you can carry. Yay, upgrade get. And that's why I don't count it, Bluff Alex, because this isn't actually a cheat. It's not like the first game. It's just an upgrade. So. At least the 3 I plan to use right now. Speaking of which, feathers. I don't know what kind of actual cheats this is. There we go. Double maximum number of feathers. Yay. And one last one. And this is probably the last one we'll do, period. Yeah, Animal Crossing used the same general style of text voice thing. Obviously, different approach. Since that was actually trying to sound out the words in a weird sort of a way. Okay, we're done, we're done. Exit, exit. That's homing? I mean, you can argue this if you want to, Bluff Alex. I'm not putting up the cheat flag for this. I do not think this counts as cheats. If this counts as cheats, I'll reload my save and undo it. I haven't activated? Oh, well, okay, that might explain why they weren't homing. Hang on. Wait, hang on. I haven't activated any cheats, so I can officially 100% say I haven't cheated right now. But now, we must activate the totally mega super death cheats. Incredible power. I wonder if I'll even notice, to be completely honest. Where's the last Jiggy? I'm trying to think. Was there something? Where are we at? Yeah, we're missing a cheat sheet, but also a Jiggy. Home up. That's good to know. I mean, there's a cheat sheet over there. Whatever, I'm right here. Or not. Don't care that much. Moving on. What would Geralt be or play in WoW? Because those are different questions, these are. Yeah, I have twice as many infinite fire eggs as I used to have. This is why I don't really consider this a cheat. Honestly, I probably could have not even turned it on. I doubt I'll even notice the difference. Ah, yes, I remember this one. I don't know if I can reach it. Because I never... Oh, right. No. I can't reach it, but what I can do is that. There's still a thing up, which I never got. Oh, that's cute. Let's double infinity. I'm trying to think of something clever, and I'm failing. Okay, how do I knock these pillars down? Interesting. I don't think I moved them at all. My goodness. Yeah, grenades are weirdly universal, aren't they? Okay, so... okay, so... One would be... this one. Remember how to shoot grenades. Okay, so one. Two. That's... yeah, that's clockwise, I'm right. Three. Four. Well, there's a loading, so that's a good sign. Oh. Okay. Oh, this is clockwise. We're going around clockwise. I feel hesitant to say a rogue, but I can't think of anything better suited than a rogue, Elizar, so I guess we'll go with rogue. For lack of any other option. That's true, the Jiggy's going down anti-clockwise, so that makes sense. You're fine, Elizar. This is a pretty chill game. Ah! Cute. Okay, okay. Do you mind? Hey, Permeus. Okay, it looks like it has to be grenades. is. Jeez. So is the goal to get it all the way down? Or is the goal to get it on the bottom one and then rush up and grab it? Because those are two different objectives, and I was just kind of guessing there. Let's try counterclockwise. Really? Really? Wow. Did not think that's how it worked. I'll be honest. 10 out of 10. Please don't start me right here. Oh, it didn't. It didn't. Okay, okay. Oh, I guess you just leave. Okay, now to go forwards. Figure out what forwards is exactly. I haven't even seen the next level yet. Favorite death animation in a video game? Link drowning to death adorably in Link's Awakening for the Switch. We do have the sick dinosaur, but I don't know of a doctor. Like, there's no doctor that I'm aware of, and I'm actually running through my head, but I can't think of one. Shaman. Right. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Well, that means I gotta go back into here. I gotta remember where the, I gotta remember where the train is again. Hey, Compaloosa. Don't do it. Don't play KOTOR 2. Okay. I mean, you can't put that towards KOTOR 2, I'm afraid, Compaloosa. But if you want to put it towards something real... Thank you. As always. Oh my god, I can't believe you found that clip, Raygun. He just looks so it's not my fault, okay? They made him look adorable. They were like, alright, how do we make Link drown in a way that won't terrify children? I know. Whoop. Oh, we're back to blur. We're back to blur. There we go. Much better. Okay, where the heck is that? KOTOR 3 does exist. It's called Mother 3. Actually, it's called Tor, if you want to be non-joking about gonna go and ask the stupid question. What's clifftop? In context. Oh! I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, okay, yep. I'm misremembering. It's actually a really simple answer, Eleazar. Gul'dan was someone who was so infused with demonic power that any part of him was going to be a powerful Fel artifact. So, when the demons killed him at the tomb of Sargeras, they chopped him into pieces and used his various body parts as artifacts. The skull just happened to gain the most notoriety because it kept being used by other people who continued to use it as an artifact. Okay. In case you're wondering why I was doing this whole thing, I was remembering walking into a train station with Mumbo and him being like, there's no one to cure here. But for some reason I thought that was the train station here, not the train station that's up at Clifftop. Fel artifacts are Fel artifacts. They're not evil, they're not good. It's not applicable. Yeah, Fel is chaotic, destructive, even. It's obvious why it leans towards evil, it's obvious why so many evil people use it, but Fel is not evil, or good. It simply is. Okay, that might help. I don't know, Trihexia. Probably something along the lines of, oh my god, why do people like this character? Stop liking this character. Also, we're dumb. I think that's what was going through their heads. I don't know enough about Warpstone to answer that, Dr. Winter, so I don't know. I know Warpstone is very valuable and very rare, and that's about all I got. Oh, and the Skaven like to use it. Cause Skaven. Oh, excuse me. Oh, here it is. Holy magic, arcane magic, natural magic, fel magic, void magic, and elemental magic can all drain life, Eleazar. Magic can drain life. The type of magic you use changes the method, changes the tool, but you can still do it. It would make more sense if Fel is corrupted arcane, but who knows. They're literally trying to rewrite the fricking background of the setting right now, so who knows what's going to be canon in a day. Hey, what's up? Oh, right. I'm not supposed to do it here. I mean, I've kind of already answered that, Trihexia, but the summary is, I think that they never really anticipated the story going the way it did, and rather than adapting to it, stubbornly stuck to their own mentality. Chaos is the opposite of order, Eleazar. So, something that is orderly is structured, uniform, logical. Something that is chaotic is something that is changing, altering, destructive, etc. Apparently Mumbo's a lot of mage, because this is not exactly... Like, he casts a lot of spells in this game. order magic, which is arcane magic, reinforces order. It restructures things to be more logical, more sound, more structurally static, I think is the way I would describe that. Arcane magic does not create blizzards. Elemental magic creates blizzards. But the long and the short of it is, yes. Frost mages are elemental mages. In lore. I mean, Jaina is a tide mage, for God's sakes. Not that I'm aware of, Elizar. The elements have nothing to do with order magic, per se. They're just the elements. Did you know I have a Lorecraft series, Elizar, which discusses the lore of Warcraft in extreme depth? I know it's not all out yet. Did you know I have a lore run, which discusses it in extreme depth? We go into a lot of this stuff. What's funny is I called a few things during the lore run that turned out to be true, just by analysis. And a lot of people at the time were like, "Ah, you're dumb and stupid." Or rather, what they said was, "No, you're wrong and you're just making that up." And I was like, no. I am analyzing. See you around, Roy Ting. Where the hell is the train station? This way, I think? I need to pull the dude here. Which form of magic is the most overpowered in WoW? Fel. But the problem is Fel is also the most costly. That's how that works. I don't remember where the train station is. How do you take the train yourself? Think this is it? Liches use necromantic magic, which, as you say, is death magic. Although lately they've been trying to distinguish undeath magic from death magic. I have not, no, Triaxia. I mean, I gotta be honest, my patience has been drifting out of me over the last about 3 hours of slogging through this level, because we technically still haven't even left this level. So, you and me both, Dr. Winter. I'm gonna jot that down negative for this level before I forget. I just gotta jot that down and we'll get back to that. Hello, Doug Yoshi. What's up? I feel real healthy now. And the best part is, I don't actually have to change into anyone and then go nearly kill myself to go turn this in. Probably the nature of how the Lich King functions, Pillars of Snow, which a lot of people told me I was just being a fanboy about. Oh god, please just give it to me. Please tell me I don't have to go all the way over there. Oh, thank you, game. Any chance of another Jiggy? No. Fair enough. Okay. Let's get out of here. let's just leave. And never come back. Until we have to come back and do the stomping grounds area. If we get to the point somehow where we're at 69, and I know there's a Jiggy here, and I know how to get it. So there's no such thing as decay magic, Elizar. There is death magic and there's undeath magic. And both of them are really close to each other. And I don't know the distinction between the two of them because they only made that distinction last year. That's pretty recent. What the heck happened? Okay, sorry. That's right. I mean, this game is super revolutionary. I don't want to sound too negative about it. And I mean, I think this score speaks for my opinion. It's just, this level can go to hell. Okay. Going forwards. So it's funny you asked that, Nameless Baron, but I don't know if you want the full answer to that question, because it's a lengthy question-answer thing. A lengthy question-answer thing. I have so many words right now. So it looks like they went up there. Oh. No. So here's the short version, Baron. Undeath doesn't exist in my setting. There you go, there's the short version. The long version involves me discussing with my sister about whether or not undeath should exist in my setting. Because I was sitting down, this is a few weeks ago at this point, I was sitting down thinking about the things that weren't in my setting that should be. And one of those was AI, which I have hammered out now. And one of those was undeath. And I was like, okay. And she and I were discussing that and topicating about it. Well, it boils down to the idea that adding something just because it's cool or just because you want it there, in our opinions, isn't really a great reason to do that. If there's some narrative purpose or point behind it, sure. But as we were thinking about it, we realized that there is something already existing in my setting that fills the exact same narrative purpose as undeath, as I would utilize it. And that would be being an echo. So, there was no reason to import undeath into the setting, so I didn't. So there is no undeath. So, I'm anticipating this will be as bad as that Bay level in the first game. This is going to be wonderful. Hey, Nemesis. Well, that's not true in my setting, so it's just straight up AI. Artificial intelligence. I even defined the 3 categories of AI. Not really, Night Forager. I mean, there's some thematic parallels, but even that I wouldn't. Hello, Mother Mirset. Haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Especially not this late. You're usually not on this late. Hey, Giga Pudding. Thank you very much for the sub. I'm sorry your sleep schedule is screwed up. Of course I do, Mike Romano. I am a very organized person. I would be an arcane mage. One moment. So that's going towards... Oh, you didn't say. Giga Pudding. Do you know what you want to put that towards? How far in tech does our setting, my setting, have? How far in tech does my setting have? Help. Gum. I don't understand the question. Hyrule Warriors 2. You got it. Done. Grunty Industries. You all have been talking about this since we started yesterday. We'll see what we think of it. I've never played this game, so I'm walking in pretty blind. No, arcane is... Think of it like different tools, Elizar. Arcane magic is one type of tool. Fel magic is the completely opposite type of tool. If arcane... Hey, we're probably going to get this ability this level. If arcane magic is a hammer, then fel magic is a nail. I know that's actually a bad comparison because that implies that arcane magic can use fell magic. It might be. Let me try a better one. If arcane magic is a hammer, fell magic is a drill. That might actually be a better analogy. Okay, don't need to do that. Void magic is an X-ray machine. You don't even feel it changing you. You have no idea what it did to you. But it did something. Oh, I have no idea, Elizar. I was gonna say, that looks like a pickup. So, let me put it to you this way, Elizar. In-game, there are undead enemies that show as demons, demons that show as elementals, and elementals that show as humanoids. So, asking me to define the in-lore aspect of things based on the in-game abilities is not something that's really going to work out all that well. That's why I'm just bypassing the question entirely. Apparently there are lots of batteries, got it. That being said, if you want an in-lore example of an arcane ability, world construction is a good example. Because the Titans do what they call ordering, which is exactly what it sounds like, to planets. Well, we've got the train unlocked, so that's nice. And apparently we can just ride the train here. Well, the Isu could alter math, which the Empire can't do. And the Forerunners are stupid, ridiculous, powerful, which the Empire is not. So I'd say below both. Oh, absolutely, Arthur. Now, I usually don't do that on camera because that gets really boring, just listening to me read over and over and over, you know. Nobody really wants to watch that. And admittedly, it also hurts my throat pretty badly doing that. Okay, so I can't do that still. That's still locked down. That doesn't lead to anything. Yeah, nope, okay. Peace. I mean, there's one area I didn't fully check out, but I think I'm satisfied with my exploration for now. Exactly, Elizar. Now, obviously, arcane spells in-game will also destroy it, because it's a video game. But in lore, arcane spells are more inclined towards things like setting up shields or barriers, or, you know how Dalaran floats in the air? That's arcane magic, stuff like that. Cliff top. That would make so much sense, Doug Yoshi, right? Like, because there's so many games where they've got this toxic waste pit as part of their level. That has to come from someplace. Someone's got to manufacture that toxic waste. This way. Oh, nope, this is not where I want to go. Ah! smoke factory. I remember that one. Simpsons had so many good one-off gags. I mean, there's a reason it's sustained in cultural subconscious for so long. Yeah. Yes, please come here, Chuffy. But yes, Dr. Winter, the Isu had such ludicrously accurate future probability prediction that they could interact with a simulation that was going to accurately predict the future, which is just... I cannot put into words how mind-bogglingly stupid that is. I'm sorry. That level of prediction from 50,000 years ago, actually I think it was 18,000 years ago, is insanity. And yes, they are Kick a Pudding. I want you to think about the level of complexity involved in predicting something tomorrow, to the point where you could have a fully fleshed out interactive conversation with someone who hasn't started talking back to you yet, because you're a recording. You're just reacting to what you know they're gonna say. Like, I'm sorry, I like the Assassin's Creed series a lot. That is insanity. Like, we meme about changing math, but that's ridiculous. Oh my god. Grunty! There we go, Grunty. Let's do it. I have not played Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I will play it someday on stream, and that'll be the first time I play it. Favorite Simpsons episodes? Oh gosh. I don't know if I could just name a favorite off the top of my head. I'd have to really think about that. The Hank Scorpio episode does come to mind immediately. So, military conflict in the extant. That's true, Blue Felix. Sorry, that is fair. Sometimes magic can literally be, what do they call it, scrying magic or whatever to do that. But I'll be completely honest, I wouldn't have gotten in because I didn't know you could ride the train until you told me. If you hadn't told me I could ride the train, I'd probably still be stuck because that was not something I knew I could do. Think of that what you will. Anyways, there are shields. Those shields are a lot of how the military works, that is to say combat. Once a shield is taken down, a ship is probably going to be shredded in seconds. So the shields are kind of important. They also have a lot of countermeasures. Is a very common thing for military counters. I don't know how shields are in Doom. Grab it. There we go. So the Emerald Dream is a blueprint. What the Titans did with their orderly magic is they sat down and they created a blueprint for Azeroth. And the whole point was that they could make changes, you know, like, okay, hang on, let's see what happens if we add T-Rexes to the environment. And so they could watch and see what happens when you add a T-Rex to the environment. And that may sound like a strange thing to state, but you know, if you're building an entire planet, you have to make sure that you have the right number of predators, you have to make sure you have the right number of prey animals, you have to make sure that you have the vegetables that are going to be supporting them and each other, then you have to make sure the insects are supporting them, then you have to make sure the soil is supporting them, and it's just a huge amount of trial and error to make sure what works. So that's what the Emerald Dream was, where they would test all that stuff. And it was a much more malleable realm than the physical realm by design. And that's why every time you go into the Emerald Dream, it looks different, because it's literally a fully malleable realm. I think this does not like me today. Of course, Gumgum. We call it The extranet. I haven't come up with a name for it yet. I haven't decided yet, Doug Yosh. It's certainly less irritating than most of the other level songs I've heard. We'll see what I think of it in like 5 hours when I've been hearing it for 5 hours solid. Well, no, like most of the songs are like, this is pretty good, and then you hear it for several hours and it gets old. Like the song for the Mayan Temple was really cool at first, and now it's just like, ugh. I liked the song for Jolly Roger's Bay. That was a good one. I like that one. And yeah, Witchy World. I knew there was another one. I was just trying to think of it. Witchy World had some good music too. Go, 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 go. Anything else? Yes, there is something else. It's worth the death. Sure, Eleazar, but editor is kind of like a wrong word, because editor implies you're editing something else. They didn't edit Azeroth with the Emerald Dream. They tested their edits in the Emerald Dream. That's why I call it the blueprint. So I don't have sticky shoes yet. God, that death sound. Yeah, I saw floor 1. I'm dreading that. The Shadowlands, your guess is as good as mine. Look at the state of my overalls. I'll be in real trouble if I can't find a way of getting them clean. The Void Lords do not have any particular say or sway in the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands is the realm of death. Not undeath, death. Big distinction. Supposedly the first ones made the Shadowlands, but we still don't know much about that. It's just where things go when they die, Eleazar. That's all it is. Whatever word you want to attach to that, that's what it is. Oh, there's the main entrance. Wear these boots and no more falls as they let you walk up walls. Let me tell you how it's done, Kazooie's footprints up you run. Where was that yellow footprint spot that was at least 2 levels ago? Was that Witchy World? It was Witchy World. To Witchy World! No, I'm kidding, but I need to remember that. Because that's where that other one was. Ah! There's not really... okay, so heaven implies here's the perfect afterlife forever. Right? Like it's beatific and wonderful and it's perfect for you, right? That's kind of the Shadowlands by design. The idea is that you go there and that you go to the afterlife that is best for you. So, whichever afterlife you go to would be the heaven for you, specifically, and there are multiple afterlives. There is also a hell. That's the Maw. The Maw is horrible. It's a place of torment, imprisonment, suffering, death, awfulness. I have no idea, Eleazar. I have not been paying attention to the recent updates. I don't get how does it have 1 billion years of knowledge? I still don't get that, but that's okay. I'm stupid. I mean, where's it being stored? Where's the servers that are storing all that info? That's a lot of info. Let's split up. I know we're going to have to eventually anyway, so let's just do it. That death sound, it keeps freaking me out. Why is this a swap point? Got it. I need a battery. Well, I know where a battery is, but it's outside that very door I'm trying to open. The Ord Cloud is actually just a giant database. I put down as positive for sound effects. Please find a way of getting my overall score. Why are you all... What about dirty overalls? Oh, so yeah, nice company here. Here's the break room. Alright, Cashel. I think you know the question I'm about to ask you. Draw, Cashel. Thank you very much for the sub. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. Yeah, why would you put a giant mirror in the break room anyways? I'd say who would do that, but I think we know exactly who would do that. Okay, so we've got the break room. We do not have a battery. We have a conveyor belt. A demigod... A wild god is a specific form of a Loa. A demigod is anything that claims to be strong. A dude who's like, oh, I'm super tough, can claim to be a demigod. It's... whatever. I have no idea, Cashel. Cenarius is a Loa. AKA a wild god. I mean, the player characters absolutely would qualify as demigods by in-character standards. The Warcraft main characters are very strong. Not as strong as the FF14 character, but still very strong. We didn't go this way this yet. Broxigar is stupid. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like that entire series. I don't think I even reference it in the Lorecraft, now that I'm thinking about it. It never really came up. Oh my goodness. What is Cthulhu? There is a being... There are beings that exist just outside of reality who can perceive within reality and interface into reality. What they do is they send these bullets of flesh, giant masses of their own mentality, their own essence, given fleshy format. Those bullets shoot out and impact on planets. They then infest those planets in an effort to corrupt that planet to their will. Those bullets are old gods. And Cthulhu is an old god. One of 4 that impacted on Azeroth specifically. What are Loas? Do me a favor. Go look at my Lorecraft episode about Drakari, or Zuldrak. Z-U-L''D-R-A-K. The majority of that episode, I describe Loas. And that's the best descriptor I could give you. I put a lot of thought and effort in how to do it. I think I'm making progress. Yeah, I am. No, I'm not. No, I still am. I can make it! Okay, no, I'm obviously not supposed to do this. they knew they were going to be making nuts and bolts early, obviously. Zuldrak. Z-U-L''D-R-A-K. I know the episode's already gone live. Tournament's latest, I'm almost positive that Ice Crown Citadel will be the next and final Wrath episode. Then we'll switch over to Greta. Well, lore-wise, Gigapudding, we're trying to save our friend who... So there's an evil witch, and she decided to be evil, so we trapped her under a rock for 2 years, where she slowly turned into a skeleton. Yes, that's what I meant, Elizar. Zuldrak. So, she now wants to use the Death Star in order to try... I'm kidding. She's using a giant laser weapon in order to slowly drain the life out of other people in order to feed off of them and, you know, become alive again. Oh, also she killed our friend. So we're trying to help our friend and stop her. And... die. Oh, yeah, we also want vengeance, I'm sure. Yes, Evo, it does. By the way, hi. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. What's up here? There's a jump pad. There's 2 jump pads. Yeah, it's actually funny. I was thinking about this earlier. The game had like a 30-minute cutscene at the beginning. And while it obviously has little cutscenes for the events, that's the last time we've seen the plot. Was yesterday morning when we first started the game. And then the plot's just been taking a back seat to, you know, running around and getting stuff because it's a collectathon. Interesting approach. Ah. That's probably just YouTube being YouTube. Listen, Colin Peluso, you can do whatever you want. But could someone do me a favor and find my episode about Zuldrak for Lorecraft? And then link it in chat, please. Yeah, I noticed that pretty much all the useful moves are hers. And he's there to carry things. Like, he's the excuse character. I agree, Blow Up Alex. I mean, the plot's actually surprisingly engaging. It's just all front-loaded, and I'm assuming there will be stuff at the end. Is that the one, Little Billy? Let's do a click. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. There you go, Elizar. Little Billy has found it. Thank you. Apparently I named it Drakari instead of Zuldrak. I guess that makes sense in hindsight. Yes, Dr. Winter. Mario is just as annoying. Ah! Oh my god, the only ones that break are the fragile ones? Why? Answer that. How many episodes of Lorecraft total? 80-something, I want to say? I think. Hey, we opened an outdoor door. God, game, you keep freaking me out with these load times. We're okay, we're okay. Safety save. This is an interestingly constructed level so far. Tell you what. Oh yeah, it's the door I just opened. Up, 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 up. If Uldor is missing from the playlist, that just means I screwed up, because I manually add those to the playlist after they go live. Cute. Okay. Oh, Gul'dan. Easy answer. Alternate Gul'dan, though. He's more of a character. Regular Gul'dan arguably isn't a character. You got it, Cashel. Hang on. Yeah, regular Gul'dan was... He's actually incredibly important to the lore of the series, but the funny thing is his characterization is he's evil. And that's about it. He's a bad guy. Lacrimosa of Dana. Done, Cashel. Thank you for checking for me, because I couldn't remember. Probably Trihexia. I mean, that would make the most sense. I can't go up a ladder. Now, go ahead and call me a weirdo. I actually really like Alternate Gul'dan as a character. But then again, they actually spent a lot of time bothering to characterize him, so... Go figure, right? Ner'zhul was not evil before he lost his mind, no. He did have a wife. His wife died long ago. Long before any of the events of Substance. He used to regularly commune with his wife's spirit because he was a shaman. Oh, absolutely complicit. Illidan is legit in Legion. Yeah, alternate Ner'zhul is just evil for no explained reason. I make fun of that during the Lorecraft. Because it is stupid. Hi, I'm evil. Why? Well... Yeah. Okay. Kill me. Kill me. I don't understand that question, Elizar. Again, alternate Gul'dan is who I said, not regular Gul'dan. Regular Gul'dan is boring. Alternate Gul'dan is a fascinating character. He's right there, Evo. He used to be Dr. Winter, and then Shadowlands came along and took a well-developed, fleshed-out, in-depth, three-dimensional character with a significant backstory and significant relevance to multiple story arcs, and turned him into Mwahaha, I am evil. I am not very happy about that if my tone does not get it across. Well, then regular Ner'zhul, Elizar, because regular Gul'dan is not a character, he's a plot device. What Star Wars character would I... so, hang on. Do you mean regular Gul'dan or alternate Gul'dan, Cashel? Because we do have to clarify. Oh, of course I could, Palooza. I just spent 4 months putting together 81 episodes, summarizing and discussing all of Warcraft. That's after having done a major lore run of the whole thing. Yeah, I could probably discuss Warcraft lore off the top of my head without really putting a lot of effort into it because I know it that well. That's not bragging. We all have things like that, right? Something that you got, right? It's just right there at the front of your brain. Warcraft is one of those things for me. So, regular Gul'dan, in Star Wars terms... some random Sith Lord in Tor that I can't think of. Oh, this is the break room. I don't want to be in here. Alternate Gul'dan. Probably best fits Anakin of anybody. Hey, Death Eagle. Oh yeah, I should go ahead and blow that up while I'm here. No, try Hexia. Good. Leave it be. There's plenty of characterization stuff, if that's what you're asking. I was approaching the Lorecraft series with a very specific... All that for something I didn't even want. Hi, I begin with the end in mind. So anyways, Death Eagle asks, do I believe in any conspiracy theories? No. Other than the ones I start, obviously. Basically, yes, Dr. Winter. A lot of my... So, okay, Colin Blusso. Colin Blusso says, my writing style sucks and is terrible. So, my writing style for the Lorecraft series is very deliberate. I call it the tournament style of writing, because I have no idea what to actually call it. It's easiest to demonstrate visually. So, tournament style of writing is when you write a thing, and then an unrelated thing, and then an unrelated thing, and then and you establish all of these base bars, right? Like all of these baseboards for writing. And then you start connecting them. It's like, okay, we remember this thing and this thing? Well, this happened. Remember this person in this place? Well, this happened. And you sort of build up from these baseboards up to the point where you actually start having major events happen. And that's how I wrote the Lorecraft series. So the majority of the early episodes are mostly focused on the whys, the wherefores, and the pieces on the board, so that when things start moving, you know, mostly in late well, at the end of most expansions is when the pieces really start moving. So late Wrath, late Kata, etc., etc. You know what all that stuff is, so you have context to understand what's going on. I don't know, Evo. I can't tell if my writing style is successful or not, because... I mean, that's not for me to judge. Also, it's not even all out yet, so who knows. But yes, I'm front-loading stuff instead of following a perspective. It is a style. It's an approach to writing. Who is stronger, alternate Gul'dan or Ner'zhul? Alternate Gul'dan by a mile. I know, Pillars of Snow. It's okay. I'll be called. I name it in the Lorecraft series because screw it. Hi, Sierra. I think the song's growing on me, by the way. Is alternate Gul'dan as strong as regular Gul'dan? So, alternate Gul'dan is stronger than regular Gul'dan, but he doesn't get there until about Legion. He has more experience, he's interacted with more, he taps into the tomb itself. He does things that puts him above tier for regular Gul'dan. Remember, regular Gul'dan was very powerful. Just raw power. Regular Gul'dan lifted an island from the seafloor by himself. I think that says all it needs to. Yeah, I'm guessing third floor is going to be as well, but I figured I'd check while I'm here. Yep, okay. That's okay, I figured. Yeah, regular Gul'dan summoned a volcano by breaking the orcish species' connection to the elements on their planet. Regular Gul'dan was plenty strong. He was just brute strength. It's actually not your fault, Compalooso. You probably have never heard of one of the biggest reasons why I started the Lorecraft series. Which I will now tell you. Branor, Elizar. One of the biggest reasons I started the Warcraft series is because... The Lorecraft series, excuse me. Is because Warcraft lore is an amazing story, in my opinion. It has drama, it has excellent characters, it has arcs and growth, it is logical and self-consistent in most respects. It has amazing world building, fascinating concepts, and it's just generally awesome. It is one of the best stories I have ever perceived. The problem is that Warcraft lore is incredibly badly told. World of Warcraft itself tells its own story horrifically badly. And so the Lorecraft series was an attempt to tell the story of Warcraft so that it would be preserved historically and so that people could just watch that series and get it. Okay. I mean, that's up to you, Dr. Winter. What do you think? Who's a more fleshed out villain? Arthas, who isn't a villain. Dagoth, who has one scene where he shows up. Darth Vader, you'd have to tell me which version, or Emperor Palpatine, you'd also have to tell me which version of that one. Do I agree that the Horde are generally bad guys? No! No! Let's ask the refugees in Westfall how bad the Horde is. I have no idea, Compalooso. Honestly, I've mentioned before how I've wanted to do the Lorecraft series for like 4 years before I finally started it. For that whole 4 years, I just kept waiting for someone to beat me to it, right? For someone to do it before I got there. And no one ever did. It's okay, nobody watches my show, so nobody's been seeing the Lorecraft. So I got like 100 views or something when those go live. It's pathetic. So nobody's still seeing them. Alright, where the hell was I? There was a specific area I was at that I want to get back to. I think it was up. Yeah, I think it was up. EU Vader and EU... Well, then EU Vader, then. Easy answer. Norath, you got it. That's, EverQuest, I think? Maybe? Why did Sargeras not attack the Draenei planet? That's actually a very complicated answer. But it boils down to he didn't need to. Almost! That is absolutely a misconception, Dr. Winter. If you actually sit down pound for pound, the Alliance has caused more bad than the Horde ever will. The reason people think the Horde are the bad guys, aside from stupidity, on behalf of Blizzard, not you all, is the fact that the Horde happens to be named after the demonic Horde, which I referenced several times in my videos. The demonic Horde, as the name probably implies, was pretty evil. Not the greatest move, naming yourself after that. Imagine calling yourself the Nazis 2. Which is, not a great naming scheme. Oh, absolutely, Zachtev. Who are the bad guys, then? I don't understand that question. There are many bad guys? There's bad guys everywhere. You can't throw a rock in Azeroth without throwing one into a bad guy. I do love being bald, Mr. Red, but no, that's okay. I do love my personal mark of shame, being mocked by people who don't understand. You got it, and thank you very much. Oh yeah, no, Trihexia is quite correct. I've talked about this before. I had a huge discussion about the Forsaken with Mr. Red in Discord while I was doing that. Oh, don't ask me to get into that, Gum Gum. Go watch the Lorecraft series. Begin with the end in mind. Want to make sure I get the whole thing in there for Tor Jedi Knight. You got it. Thank you. And pause. Sea Gabs. What the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah, there's my first and only warp one I've unlocked so far. Yeah, Aedelas Blackmore, who is probably, I'd say, one of, if not the most evil characters in the entire setting, was a human noble of significant power and repute under the Alliance. Think of that what you will. Anyways. So the reason I'm hesitating on your question, Death Eagle, who are the bad guys? There's so many. There's just so many different bad guys. There are bad guys everywhere. Take your pick. You're spoiled for choice. So Draenei are actually from Argus. But when the Draenei came to Draenor, they named it Draenor because the Orcs didn't have a name for it yet. Because the Orcs were just barely beginning to have the bare bones of civilization under their ogre oppressors by the time the Draenei showed up. Remember, the Draenei only showed up, I think it's 180 years before the opening of the Dark Portal. Why did Sargeras not attack Argus? He did. He took over Argus. Argus is his headquarters. We go to Argus in Legion. It's a little messed up. Millennia of being a fell capital will do that to a planet. Why'd they choose Draenor? They didn't. Battlestar Galactica style. They would pick a direction and run. And they were constantly trying to stay ahead of their pursuers. and not always succeeding at it. The void-corrupted planet Sargeras destroyed? Oh, that was way before that. That was forever ago. And we don't know what that planet is. We never will. It was destroyed by Sargeras. What's Discovery writing, Evo? Unless you mean Star Trek Discovery, in which case... Where do the Vorlons fit in this? Well, they don't. They suck. This is not where I wanted to be. Although I guess I can go over here now. I spent this entire time trying to remember where I went to get back there. Because I was like, oh, I could do something here if I have both characters. So I deliberately died. I tried to get back here. And now I have no idea how to get back to that spot. I haven't this whole time. Just find a way of getting my overalls clean. Why do you care? You work in an oil sludge factory. Do you want me to get the whole factory clean? That I can do. That makes sense. I mean, I do tend to do a lot of improv writing in general, but in ignorance I can't comment since I don't know the specifics. I'm sorry, Ego. I'd be okay with that serum, Mike. The only way to destroy a world soul is to destroy a planet along with the world soul, and since world souls are a colossal amount of arcane energy, which is also balancing out all of the elemental energy within the area, along with all of the spirit energy within an area, that takes quite a bit to do. You would pretty much have to be a Titan to be able to destroy a world soul. But yes, it is possible. Oh, I did it! I found a battery. Now I just have to get here as Banjo. And just Banjo. Death Eagle. Who's doing it? Aliens, reptiles, corporations. Me, I actually do live on the moon, but, you know. Yep, the androids and near automata. Do you mind? I mean, calling him an idiot is a bit much, Trihexia, but Anduin is a guy I like, but not a guy I would choose to lead. He's a good character, he's a good kid. I would get along with him in real life. I wouldn't follow his orders. I I don't understand your question at this point, Elizar. I'm sorry. Anduin is a great peacetime leader. Some of you may remember my theory. That's the wrong way. My idea, that's a better way to put it, for Anduin being a peacetime leader and Illidan being the wartime leader. Funnily enough, Illidan is a great wartime leader. He knows what needs to happen. He knows how to do it. He doesn't misspend. He doesn't waste. You'll get killed under Illidan getting his orders done, but you'll get killed because he's getting the job done. And he's actually making it happen. How am I supposed to get up here as just him? And yeah, Dr. Winter. A world soul is a titan. I mean, you could call it a baby titan if you want, but it's a titan. I don't have another warp. I've yet to find a second warp pad. I'm just gonna ask for help at this point. Help. I can pull up that walkthrough. Haven't done it yet. Where's that walkthrough? Yeah, where are we at? Oh my god, there's 3 levels after this one? Okay. That's insane. Please kill me. Let's see where it resets us.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Okay. I got that honeycomb piece. It's the first thing I did. No lives, which is awesome. Actually, have we given a plus to that? Could someone do me a favor, please, and check my Mario Odyssey review, and see if we specifically gave a plus for lack of lives. It would fall under penalty for failure, is the category. Sylvanas is an evil, remorseless twit, but cruelty is not actually something she's known for, especially in a way that she herself does not agree with. Well, the good news is Sargeras doesn't do that at all, Elizar. I don't even know where they're getting that from. 2 positives. Am I linking those? Mancrick's wife is in Warlords of Draenor in Nagrand. You meet her as part of the quest chain in one of the westernmost towns in that particular zone. Ah, gotcha. I need to look at my own specific notes on this, but that's okay. I have those notes. All my stuff is nice and organized for a reason. But no, 2x does mean 2 pluses for it. You are reading it correctly in OCS. That's what I thought. Okay. Plus to gameplay. Done. I'm not going to debate that one. Which I think that's 10 finally. Yep, that's finally 10 pluses. Where's the actual review page? There we go. Okay. Back to the guide, which may or may not be any good. Alright, so... Save. Okay, alright. First thing I'm supposed to do is split up, apparently. I believe you, walkthrough. At this point, whatever. I gotta remember where that was. That was up here, I think. There we go. Okay. Split up. We're gonna do it right now, Death Eagle. I'm just kidding. See, I can't joke about that. Because there is actually lore to Fortnite. And I don't want to jokingly give you false lore, so... Actually, they're desiccated Mavericks, so while there is a scent, it's more like a scent of like an old musty attic. Or not musty, wrong word. An old dry attic or an old library. Stuff like that. Yeah, I was gonna say, not only is there a warp right now, but I happen to know where a battery is. So... switch... If I ever needed to qualify the current era we live in, it's the fact that Emperor Palpatine's return in The Rise of Skywalker was put into a random event in Fortnite. That just speaks for itself. I got nothing to add to that. See you around, Barrett. Have a good day at work. No, try Hexium. I haven't heard of that. I was thinking about it, you know, memes, jokings, and mockery aside. If the event hadn't just been in Fortnite, but it had been in several games at the same time, that kind of would have made it better, I think. To me, I don't know if you all agree, but I think it would have been at least like, okay, so they're trying to cross promote, they're trying to get people who play X, Y, Z, D, B, G, and A into the Star Wars thing, and they want them to be aware of it. So hey, sure, why not, right? But instead, it was just Fortnite. And it was a timed event, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you could only see it the one time. Alright, I've got the backpack, which goes over there. Oh yeah, it wouldn't do anything for the movie. It would just make the event better or worse. Better. Left. There we go. Okay. Why are you not grabbing the... Oh, there we go. Whoa, whoa, oh, there we go. I mean, can't you picture Vader flossing? When you're feeling rather low, I know a place that you can go. Z followed by right mood moves, your pack have a nap to get. Energy back. So we have a heal now? What's the cooldown on that? Oh, it's just a... It's slash sit. That's kind of cool, actually. You have to hold Z. No, I don't, Dr. Winter. I can't perceive that happening, honestly. We'll see. I keep waiting for it to die down a bit, and it keeps not. Again, we will see. I mean, it makes sense to me, Gum Gum. Alright, so... So I'm following a walkthrough at this point. I'm tired of getting stuck in this frickin' place. And taking 7 years to do one thing, because I'm a moron. Can't figure out what the game wants me to do next. I know where that is. I've been there. There's a death cloud following me around. There's now a death cloud on me, choking me to death. No, Mr. Red. Yeah, I don't think I invented the term walkthroughitis, but I might have. At the very least, I'm pretty sure I independently came up with the term walkthroughitis. But whoever actually invented that term, I have no idea. They're really sad about their overalls. See, I gotta be honest, this probably wouldn't have occurred to me. But hey. Anything from Mario Odyssey, probably. I don't know, Gum Gum. Give me a second. I'm juggling too many things right now. Give me a minute. Because they're just becoming aware of it, Mike. Come on. So what does walkthroughitis mean? So the term refers to a video game that leans so heavily on requiring you to have a walkthrough. Because the information isn't available in the game. Maybe there's a particular puzzle that there's no information on how to solve it. Maybe there's nothing indicating there's a certain NPC you need to talk to. Maybe there's nothing indicating how certain equipment or items or levels work, or spells. It's a pretty broad term and on purpose, but it really boils down to information not being in the game. And so you can see how it's a bit of a gradient, right? In some games, in most games, there's information not available in the game, right? But the worse it gets, the more negative that becomes, until you get to games where it's like you have no idea what you're doing, or how to progress the plot, or anything, because the game doesn't tell you jack, and so you're forced to just run around bumping your head into walls, metaphorically or literally, in order to progress. Yeah, no, I'm sure you can think of plenty of games that have walkthroughitis. It is pretty common. More common in older games, but it still comes up even in modern games. Now to get squashed one more time. Really loud snoring. I guess he is a bear, but he sounds like he has issues, you know? Like, that sounds like he needs to talk to someone. Gets a, what do you call it, the EPAP or whatever? That's called. Where's Kazooie? Ah. Okay. Where we get the bleach. I'm still trying to figure that out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Okay, so. That doesn't sound too crazy. Sounds pretty typical. To this day, one of my favorite examples of walkthrough-itis is Ultima 3. In the final dungeon of Ultima 3, literally, there's the final boss right here, and then there's a wide corridor before him. And some of those tiles instantly kill you. Now, if you've never played Ultima 3, death isn't something that where you just reload or whatever. There's issues when you die. So it's possible to effectively get to the point where you've reached the last boss, are in visual range of him, and then you quit, you game over. Good night, Inosians. Hope to see you tomorrow. That's my favorite example of walkthrough-itis. To my knowledge, there is nothing that indicates which tiles are safe and which aren't. Oh, by the way, it's randomized. Okay, inside, this is where I want to go. Just making sure. Oh, God, yeah, that's a good example, too, Weods. I prefer Sir Iago. I've actually been enjoying this run. Like, I know we're talking about bad game design, but I've been enjoying myself for the most part. Call me a weirdo. It's not so much you lose your save, it's more like your characters are dead, so make some new characters. Because that's how Ultima works. And those new characters are level 1, and you see the problem here. Yeah, the music hasn't bothered me yet. I'm digging this one. This might actually be my favorite song so far. How many fictions have you seen, Gum Gum, where it's like, okay, or real life for that matter, colonies, rebels, fighting, taxes, dissatisfaction, radicalism. It's the norm, right? That's what I mean by that. Thank you, the Lokes, very much for the sub, as always. I will jot that down for Okami. Done. Okay, floor 2. It's okay, there's only 4 pages to this stage. I'm doomed. Alright, you know what I probably should do? I should probably make this easier to read rather than putting it way over in the corner. So give me a second to rearrange my windows here. Just a sec. Okay, there we go. And then I can just do this. Perfect. Okay. Let's go here. Okay. Unpause. the Empire would probably be like, oh, you want to rebel? Okay, you're good. You'll be free. There it is. I heard that earlier. Well, I don't want to go in there yet. Yeah, me too, Ross. What's funny is how much that wasn't planned. Oh, wow. I actually was... Oh, come on! Whatever. Oh, wow. They choke you fast. Oof. Okay. What I mean by that, Ross, is it wasn't planned when they did the first episode. I should rephrase my statement a little bit. It was more like, man, we had this idea, we should do something with it. Electrical currents here. Always loverly. Cheeto page, don't care. Bit of death, bit of death. Well, I mean, like, if the capital of the Empire wanted to secede from the Empire, we'd probably have some questions. Yes, Luke. That's a good question, but I don't think... Yeah, we can't actually sleep in the bag while we have her there. So... won't even let us. Yeah, over here in the States, Micromano, we have a similar saying, which is basically, we had a wheelbarrow, then we'd have something. Okay, so we got those. We missed one. Yep, right there. So we got another battery spot to get to the electromagnetic chamber, which I know what that is. That's... is that broken? Breakable? I guess we'll just test it. Screw it. Okay, breakable. Hey, Zira. We're gonna be playing this game tomorrow. We might be playing this game Friday. So, she is currently a dragon. She's originally a bird, but we turned her into a dragon. Because that's the kind of game this is. Probably Gum Gum, since one of my players in one of my campaigns actually founded a rebel group to fight against the hegemony. Of course, I don't have a way of blowing that up. Yeah, I didn't either, Zira, to be completely honest. The estimate for this game was 14 hours. We're way past that. We're approaching 20 right now. And we have 4 levels still left. We have several levels left. I don't know how many exactly. There it is. I see it. I see it. is admittedly part of the reason I decided to start using a walkthrough. Okay. Yeah, any game where the speed run is 4 hours long, you know that's a long game. Oh, I hope you have fun, Mr. Red, because if you don't... 8% is 42 minutes. That's still kind of crazy, if we're being honest, because any percent means glitching your way to the end. You know? Kazooie is her name, Evo. Banjo Kazooie. So. Alright, so... Okay. That seems confusing. Yeah, Kazooie is actually really evil. But at the very least, she's a complete jerk. That's not actually a joke, it's part of the humor. Is that she's, you know, constantly antagonizing everyone into everything. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure that for any percent of 42 minutes, I'm sure that they're glitching some. That was... Is this Wednesday? It is Wednesday. Well, I figured when I finish streaming, Low Reloaded, but if you want to start talking while we're streaming, I can do that. I can stretch my brain a little bit. Okay. I have no idea, Mr. Red. Oh yeah, I can heal! I actually forgot I have the heal ability when I'm just Banjo. Yeah, let's not get ourselves killed here. 13 minutes, Mr. Reloaded. Alright, so I'm outside. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Yep. Just give me a load. Okay, so that was... Oh god, where was that? Was it this way, I think? Yes. Get up. Oh, I know, Ross. I've actually watched quite a few Quest 64 speedruns. They're actually quite fascinating, and simultaneously incredibly boring. Because there are certain tricks and tips which are very hard to do, and then there's the other 90% of the run. I wish I was exaggerating with that number, but I'm not. Quest 64 does not have a super boss. In fact, Quest 64 basically has no optional content at all. Weird in its own way. That's the first green one I've found? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Where am I? See you around, Dr. Winter. Thank you for the bits. I will put those towards the Sith Inquisitor. Yeah, no, Quest 64 is incredibly linear. It's funny because it has like big open world sections, but it's incredibly linear. Really grindy too. I look forward to running around in a circle while chatting with you all. I did not mean to do that. That's terrible. I'm gonna die. I think it's literally faster to die than to recover from that. Yes, yes, please kill me. Okay. What the hell? Thank you, Mr. Treeman, for the sub. I'm trying to have fun, I swear. Yeah, no, I have all the stuff, Giga Pudding. It saves it. That was a deliberate death. That was a death warping, is what that's called. And thank you, Speaker, very much. I will put that towards Final Fantasy XIV and Wolka. All right. Yeah, I've finally committed to just pulling up a walkthrough so I don't spend the next week on this, Mr. Tree. Okay, so I need to go this way. I mean, it is probably more fun that way, for whatever it's worth. Nothing can save me from the jank, however. Not even me. Let's try that again. Oh, I have no idea. Not that much, I'm sure. Want this one? I think you might. It greatly increases your height. Jumping down and then press A. Finally, I have this jump. Doesn't match, but we referenced this like 2 levels ago. You remember that? Like, do you have this jump yet? No. And now I can finally do this. God, that is a high jump. My goodness. Okay, so we got the high jump. He's a mole, I believe, Evo. No, this is where the other one was. Where is this dude? I heard him a second ago. I can hear him now. Probably good night, Brigwin. I know how long your dog walks take. No, no, don't. There he is. Okay. Now we can move on. To the door we opened like 10 minutes ago. I mean, I don't think bears look like this either, but I'm with you. That's okay, but I forgive you. Maybe. If you bribe me. Don't actually do that. Don't. I'm joking. I'm joking. This should open up the way to the central elevator shaft, if I'm remembering. You just have to get close enough to a bear to really tell what they look like in real life. I mean, other than the Iron Man suit, Gum Gum. Because that's just a gimme, isn't it? I suddenly can't think of anything other than Iron Man suits. Help me out. What's another power armor other than Warhammer? Because I wouldn't fit in that. I'm human. Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Red. You should do that all the time. Oh, yeah, Terrans in StarCraft. That's a pretty good one. Oh, yeah, and then we have power armor in Fallout. Duh, I can't believe I didn't think about that. You can tell my brain is gone right now. I mean, elementals count in BattleTech, but eh. And yeah, I would go for the Halo armor. Again, I'm human. Gundams are dumb. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wouldn't want a Gundam suit though. Yeah, Starship Troopers has some too. That's true. I guess the Terran Marine armor wouldn't be too bad from StarCraft. Just kind of slide right into it. I mean, I could rock pink. I'm just saying, I got the skin tone for it, but... Where is this? Oh, I see where this is. Listen, I haven't been genetically modified yet, I just control time. There's a difference, Mr. Treatment. Sorry, hang on just a second. Hey, Valerian, welcome to the very end of the stream. I'm gonna try to get through this paragraph of walkthrough before I quit for the day. Must be the other one. Why is the honey trying to kill the bear? Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is where I want to be. Yep. Just need to find the thing with the stuff and the place. There it is. Where am I going? These directions are getting more vague. I mean, that's the StarCraft armor. Although I guess technically there's like several suits of said armor. Okay, I think this is where it wants me to go. Even though I was already over here with just Kazooie. Maybe. I mean, yeah, they killed him. This feels like this is the wrong way to go. What else is a yellow thing, though? I'm using a walkthrough and I'm still lost. Lore Runner, ladies and gentlemen. There's a battery in here, but that's the one I already got earlier. Pretty much Gum Gum, yeah. Along with most fantasy fiction and most fiction in general. It's really common. I am not seeing a walking thing here. Anywhere. Is anyone... Oh, there it is! I see it, I see it, I see it. Oh, that's ridiculous. I am found. Okay, we have figured out where we are. And yeah, by the way, the Maquis, Mr. Red. Thank you, Professor Iago. Okay. There's another sniveling rabbit up here. Yes, I know you're dirty. Filthy rabbit. DS9, actually. And TNG. And Voyager. Where's this? Give us the... Ah, okay. Opening doors. Just opening doors. It's always good. I mean, I would. Even though I'm more pro-Maquis than I am pro-Starfleet, I mean, gotta be reasonable here. I know, right, Aceros? This should be floor 3. Which, if I'm correct, is where we'll be chopping off for the day. Floor 3! Okay, we did it. We have successfully made it to floor 3. I'm gonna do one thing first before I can chop off. Just in case we lose our save or there's some corruption or whatever, we're going to unlock the shortcut. Right there. Okay. Save state. Pause. Tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or, did I say 5? 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will continue to keep playing this game.